Chapter 2009. P.S. Thank you to the Ahog Swordsman and Nickfany for their precious monthly vote. P.S. I've wasted more than half an hour trying to figure out where to go in this world, so the third chapter will most likely be repetitive content. Please forgive me. What is a celestial immortal? The primordial spirit turns to yang, increases one's lifespan, and allows one to split into thousands of shadows with a single thought. What is a celestial immortal? A celestial immortal who has just touched fate and learned the wonders of time. In other words, no matter which one it was, ordinary spacetime barriers would not be able to cut off Sei Ito's senses from the spatial runes he left behind. Moreover, Sei Ito was a celestial immortal who comprehended the laws of space as a foundation, so it was even more difficult to stop him. Unless the two were in different worlds or if there was something in between them. Sei Ito pointed his finger forward in disbelief, using the power of space to separate himself from the chaotic spatial energy raging around him. Then, with a thought, he activated a dimensional teleportation array beneath his feet. However, the instant the teleportation array was activated, a violent burst of spatial energy shattered the array and destroyed it. Boom! Under the powerful impact of the energy, Sei Ito's body flew out uncontrollably. Aha! Ito Sei, who was injured again, subconsciously let out a muffled groan. I can't stabilize the spatial particles? Sei Ito frowned as he stopped himself and hurriedly circulated the energy in his body to heal his injuries. Then, he looked around again and observed the space he was in. What a clear manifestation of the laws of space. It's just that it's a little too violent. Otherwise, this would really be a treasure land suitable for me to break through to the golden immortal stage, Sei Ito muttered to himself in surprise. A golden immortal was a celestial immortal whose primordial spirit had risen above the foundation of a celestial immortal. One could gather all the insights and directly touch the body of laws, and be able to interact directly with the laws. Above the foundation, one could comprehend the laws and obtain the Tao-gathering fruit. If one achieved too much, one would be a zenith heavenly immortal. If one was even more enlightened, one would be a primordial chaos cultivator. Primordial chaos cultivators could rely on their dermic powers to refine the four great emptiness forms of earth, water, fire, and wind to become a saint. And Ito Sei was now just one step away from directly touching the rules of the Golden Immortal, which was why there was such a saying. But for now, we should first recover from our injuries. Think of something else. Sei Ito then ignored it. While carefully guarding against the chaotic spatial energy that could erupt at any time, he silently circulated his profound art to recover from the terrifying injuries he had suffered during his battle with Xing Tian. Under the nourishment of the perfect circle force that was filled with vitality, as well as the powerful recovery ability of his body, it did not take long for him to recover. The terrifying injuries on his body were completely healed, revealing a fair and tough skin that would make any woman jealous. Then, Sei Ito's mind moved, intending to open his Sumeru space. However, just like how he could not sense the dimensional space coordinates and spatial runes left on Earth, Sei Ito could not communicate with his Sumeru space due to the influence of the surrounding spatial laws, let alone take something out of it. Therefore, in the end, Sei Ito could only follow the example of the ancient people. He was temporarily naked and played with the celestial body. However, at Sei Ito's current level, being naked did not affect his mind at all. He did not care at all. Moreover, no one could see this place even if he wanted to, let alone pay attention to it. Then, he focused his mind and focused on observing the space around him, looking for a way to leave this place. I've got it. Time did not disappoint those who set their mind to it. Sei Ito's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to leave this place. Although this place is completely composed of spatial force, the strength of the space changes at any time. As long as I seize the opportunity when the spatial turbulence collides with each other, I can attack it with a strong force. I should be able to break the spatial wall here and leave this place. Seito's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito did not hesitate anymore. While carefully observing the movement of the spatial turbulence around him, he secretly accumulated his strength. Now's the time. Not knowing how much time had passed, just at the moment when several disorderly space turbulence fiercely collided with each other, Ito-Sei's eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped into the void and rushed to the front of the eruption point, lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance, and fiercely punched forward. Boom! A hollow echo immediately reverberated in this space where no sound should exist. Then, cracks began to appear in the space. With Seito's arm as the center, a large number of cracks quickly spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several meters in the blink of an eye. However, the price he had to pay was that his arm, which had just recovered, was once again sliced into a bloody mess by the spatial rupture. Blood splattered everywhere. In the deepest part of his arm, a faint golden yellow bone could be faintly seen. Seito frowned slightly. Ignoring the injury on his arm, he shook his hand and the space in front of him immediately shattered like glass, revealing a strange place mixed with a large number of gorgeous lights in the darkness. Knowing that there was not much time left, Seito did not care where it was and immediately rushed into the space. Almost at the moment he entered the new space, the shattered space recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye until it finally became complete again, disappearing into the void behind Seito. The new space was the same as the previous space. There was no time, no 5 elements, and no the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. It was completely composed of spatial power, and from time to time, there would be chaotic spatial turbulence raging. But what was different from the previous space was that the interior of the space was filled with countless colorful, strange light spots that looked like stars in the night sky, and they exuded a strange feeling that Ito-Sei seemed to recognize them. Are these worlds? Looking at the colorful light spots around him, Ito-Sei was a little unsure of what he was seeing. It couldn't be helped. The energy emitted by the light spots around him was too similar to the feeling he had when he saw the many-dimensional worlds in the dimensional sea. He couldn't help but be so suspicious. Are there so many worlds around Earth? Or do these worlds include the dimensional worlds? Seito was suspicious again. However, Seito did not dwell on this for too long. He had always been very clear about his purpose of breaking the space. That was to find a way back to Earth. So after suspecting that these light spots were worlds, Seito closed his eyes and released his senses. He carefully sensed the dimensional space coordinates and spatial runes he left on Earth. It was just that he didn't know if there were too many worlds around him that affected his perception, or if there was some other reason. Seito still couldn't sense the spatial fluctuations that could be his way back home. Since I can't sense it, then let's use the dimensional transfer magic circle. After a while, Seito, who didn't gain anything, opened his eyes and thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he opened the dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet. This time it was very smooth. He was not affected by the chaotic spatial energy that came out from the surroundings from time to time and successfully opened the dimensional transfer magic circle. However, after a long time, the dimensional transfer magic circle was still spinning under his feet. However, it did not officially operate. Have I exceeded the teleportation distance? Seito muttered to himself as he silently put away the dimensional transfer magic circle. Although the dimensional transfer magic circle could be used to move between worlds, there was a limit to the distance it could teleport. Moreover, this limit was also affected by the user's strength or the maximum power of the equipment that carried the dimensional transfer magic circle. Hence, if the distance limit was exceeded, even if one had enough strength to open the dimensional transfer magic circle, they would not be able to teleport out normally. As for the dimensional transfer magic circle's normal usage, there was no such thing as an upper limit. This was all thanks to the Rubik's Cube. Every time the dimensional transfer magic circle was teleported, the Rubik's Cube would make slight modifications to the dimensional transfer magic circle. This way, even if the two worlds were extremely far apart, Seito could smoothly return to the origin world without any restrictions. In other words, now I can only try my luck and choose one. Seito sighed helplessly as he looked at the colorful light spots in the sky again. Then, I'll just randomly choose one. After saying that, Seito's figure jumped and flew towards the nearest light spot. However, although that light spot looked very close, the actual distance between them was very far. It was so far away that Seito did not know how long he had been flying for before he saw the light spot grow larger. He did not know how long it would take for the light spot to get closer to him. However, since he had already chosen this light spot as his target, Seito had no reason to give up and continued flying forward. Finally, after flying for who knew how long, Seito felt that he might fall asleep from this boring journey. The light spot he had chosen finally grew larger and appeared clearly in front of Seito's eyes. "I'm finally here," Seito said as he let out a soft sigh. Following which, he rushed towards the ball of light at an even faster speed than before. After a while, Seito hovered in front of a white cloud wall. If one were to zoom in and look at the whole picture, Seito would look like a tiny speck of dust. He was floating next to a boundless white ball of light. "Let me see what kind of world you are," Seito said softly as he reached out and touched the white cloud wall in front of him. He felt a piercing pain from his palm. After saying that, he took a step back and flipped his hand to grab the godly blade, celestial clouds. Seito held the blade with both hands and stood in front of him. Then, he slowly raised the blade above his head. Following which, a misty and tumbling gray aura emerged from the blade and emitted a shocking aura. Under the influence of this aura, the space around the blade was uncontrollably distorted and became blurry. Then, Seito swung his arm downwards and fiercely chopped down with the godly blade. Righteous One, Heaven and Earth Splitter. In an instant, the gray aura flew out and pierced through the sky, directly bombarding the white cloud wall in front of him. Boom! The white clouds tumbled and the wall of air surged. Fine cracks quickly appeared on the white wall. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate and fiercely chopped down with the gray blade again. Boom! Kacha, while under the attack of the gray blade, the cracks spread and expanded. Then, it suddenly shattered, revealing an irregular hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Seito did not dare to hesitate and immediately moved, turning into a stream of light and shooting into the hole in the white cloud wall. This was another boundless pitch-black universe, but what made Seito relax was that there was a planet here. Moreover, the shape of the planet and the arrangement of its parts were familiar to him. It was so familiar that he thought he had returned to Earth's universe. However, after carefully sensing it, he finally confirmed that this was not the Earth he was familiar with. It seems that this is indeed a world, and it might even be a parallel world similar to Earth. I just don't know what the situation in this world is like, Seito thought. Then, his figure moved and quickly flew towards the familiar blue planet in the distance. With Seito's extraordinary speed, it did not take long for Seito to arrive near Earth. He broke through the planet's atmosphere and broke into the planet's interior, directly landing on the continent below. Seito vaguely remembered that the continent below seemed to be Europe. The void flickered and Seito appeared on the ground. So desolate. Looking at the endless wasteland in front of him, Seito couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that the era of this world seems to be very ancient. Then, with a slight movement, he turned around and moved in the direction where he felt he could meet people. And because he wanted to quickly know which era he was in, Seito deliberately used teleportation to increase his movement speed. Just like this, after half a day, Seito appeared in a town. Looking at the architectural style, It seems to be the Middle Ages. Looking at the architectural style of the town surrounded by forests, Sei-Ito couldn't help but mutter. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the place. Hello. On the street of the town, Sei-Ito stretched out his hand and smiled at a man. He used the world's common language, English. What? The man asked with a puzzled face. Italian. Sei-Ito thought, then repeated in Italian. Hello, where is this? This place is. The man replied. However, before he could finish, a flame suddenly rose from the town. Sei-Ito, who faintly felt a certain presence from the fire, frowned and rushed over. Ha 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 ha, let's use this place as a sacrifice to celebrate Lord Pluto's resurrection. A long-faced man wearing a set of strange black armor said loudly with a sinister smile on his face as he punched out with his fists, creating gusts of wind with his fists. Dark Gladiator, I seem to have come to an incredible world. Looking at the man, Sei-Ito could not help but sigh softly. Who? Dark Gladiator, who suddenly heard the sigh, was shocked and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 2010. He's actually an ordinary person, the Dark Seiji said as he looked at Sei-Ito in surprise. Pluto is in this town? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and asked in return. You actually know Lord Pluto? The Dark Seiji said in surprise. Hades, I know a little about him, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Kid, you're asking for death. How dare you call Lord Pluto by his name? The Dark Seiji said angrily. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a large number of fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky. They fell rapidly like falling meteors and blasted into the town. Boom! 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 The blazing flames immediately spread throughout the town. Divine power! Sei-Ito and the Dark Seiji looked up at the sky together and said softly. Lord Pluto has already awakened. We can't waste any more time. The Dark Seiji retracted his gaze and looked at Sei-Ito fiercely. Kid, I'm Felicia's of the Guilty Star. When you reach the Netherworld, remember that I, Felicia's, am the one who will kill you. After saying that, Felicia's turned around and threw a punch at Sei-Ito. Based on the Dark Seiji's strength, it was a very ordinary punch. However, to the humans outside, it was a high-speed punch that was extremely difficult to dodge. It appeared in front of Sei-Ito without being seen by the naked eye. It was obvious that Felicia's did not take Sei-Ito seriously at all and only thought that he was a somewhat special ordinary person. As the one being attacked, Sei-Ito smiled gently and waved his arm as if he was waving his hand on a daily basis. It was obviously a very ordinary wave of his hand, but what made Felicia's unable to believe was that Feng Luo actually blocked his punch before he could throw it. It met his punch head-on. Smack! You'll pay the price for underestimating your enemy. Sei-Ito chuckled as he looked at Felicia's, who was trying his best to pull his arm back, but was still unable to pull his fist out of Feng Luo's hand. Damn it! Felix cursed and kicked Sei-Ito's head again. Sei-Ito didn't move, but a powerful confining force suddenly enveloped Felix's body, making him unable to move. Psychokinesis? You're a Gamir warrior? Felicias exclaimed in shock. No. Sei-Ito denied. Damn it. I don't care if you are or not. Go to hell. Felicias said angrily. Then, a strange power that was filled with death and darkness but was also compatible with a certain constellation in the sky erupted from Felix's body, pushing away Sei-Ito's psychokinesis. Go to hell. Hell scream. Felix, who had regained his freedom, did not hesitate and immediately cast his ultimate move. Instantly, Felix's fists lit up, and a blazing explosive force mixed with invisible sound waves rushed towards Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito's figure flashed and dodged Felix's attack by a hair's breadth. He appeared behind Felix, extended his right arm forward, and pointed a finger at Felix's neck. Immediately, Felix felt his body stiffen. His body was once again confined by a strange force, and no matter how the strange force on his body struggled, he could not break free. "Become a specimen," Seito said calmly. The next moment the space around Felix's body trembled, and Felix's body suddenly shrank inwards. It did not take long for him to shrink to the size of a fist. He flew into Seito's hand. "Microcosm, the seventh sense, Pantheon. Seems like it's worth stirring up," Seito said to himself as he put away the shrunken Felix. At the same time, somewhere in the town, a skinny, handsome young man with long blonde hair that reached his back, dressed in black, and a young girl who was slightly older than the young man next to him, about 16 or 17 years old. She wore a purple-black floor-length dress, had a slender figure, and was extremely beautiful. Her long dark purple hair naturally spread out behind her back, and stood in the middle of the square. Behind the two of them, it was a long, bloody trail that had yet to dry up, extending to a body that was slumped in front of a broken wall not far away. The body was wearing white armor, but the parts that protected the vital parts were broken, and the underwear was covered in blood. The head was drooping, and there was no sign of life. It was obvious that the person was dead. Felix lost, and the opponent doesn't seem to be a Saint Seiya. The young man, who was drawing in the air, paused for a moment and said with a surprised look on his face, "Do we need to call someone over to take a look?" The woman next to him asked. "No need, I think he'll find us himself." The young man chuckled. Then, the brush in his hand moved again, and he drew in the air. "Is he here?" Not long after, the young man said softly. The young girl next to him turned her head slightly and looked to the left in front of them. There, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared. It was Seito. Hades, Pandora. Seito, who suddenly appeared, called out their names softly. "I feel an unfamiliar power from your body." The young man, Hades, looked up at Seito and said with a deep gaze, "It should be a power that doesn't belong to this world. Can you tell me what it is?" A stranger. "I can only tell you that it's a power that belongs to God," Seito said softly. "God?" Hades said thoughtfully. "Then, who are you?" Hades asked again. "You can call me E," Seito said. "Then, E, your purpose here is?" Hades asked again. "I just came here by accident, so you can say that I don't have any purpose." Seito shrugged. Hades smiled and didn't say anything. No one knew whether he believed it or not. Seeing this, Seito did not say anything. He waved one hand, and a chair was moved from the broken house. He lowered his body and sat down. While looking at Pandora, who was known as the most beautiful woman below the gods, with great interest, he said, "That guy called Felicias just now is your subordinate, right? The power he used is very interesting. You gave it to him, right? Can you tell me what that power is? And how do I get it?" Pandora, who was being stared at by Seito, felt uncomfortable and frowned involuntarily. "That power is called a small universe. It's a power that all things are born with. But, why should I tell you how to channel that power, E?" Hades first introduced the existence of the small universe, then asked with great interest. "Use it and you can exchange it for my friendship." Seito turned to look at Hades and smiled. "You want to say that if I don't teach you the cultivation method of that power, you will be my enemy?" Hades narrowed his eyes and said softly with a dangerous smile. "You can understand it that way." Seito replied with a smile. Hades chuckled and did not speak again. But a dangerous aura quietly pressed toward Seito. "Your current state is not pure. If you are killed by me like this, I think you should fall asleep immediately." After a moment of silence, Seito suddenly said with a calm expression. Pandora's expression changed when she heard this. She stood in front of Hades. "Do you know how terrible the consequences of threatening me are?" Hades's face was slightly gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Seito and said softly, "It doesn't matter. I can go find those people when the time comes." Ito's gaze turned and fell on the corpse not far behind Hades, and he smiled. For a moment there was silence in the field. Pandora, teach him the refining method of the small universe. After a while, Hades said to Pandora, who was nervous, with an emotionless voice. Yes. Pandora bowed her head and saluted. The small universe is a kind of source power that exists in all things. In human language, it is the seventh sense, which is the seventh sense, it. Pandora explained the knowledge about the small universe one by one. But it was only about the basic content of the small universe, the sixth sense, and the seventh sense. As for the eighth sense beyond the small universe and the part beyond Alea consciousness, she did not say anything at all. It was unknown whether she did not know, or did not want to talk about it, or those things could only be comprehended by oneself. There was no so-called cultivation path at all. However, Ito was not too confused about this. Anyway, he did not really want to cultivate the small universe. Instead, he wanted to use the small universe cultivation method to find a way to improve the consciousness energy he had. A way to quickly grow the Alea consciousness that had already entered the growth stage. Speaking of which, this world seems to have the ultimate power used by the Titans to open up parallel universes, and the power of the large universe before the birth of the universe. I don't know how to obtain those two powers. Ito, who had memorized the small universe cultivation method described by Pandora in his heart, thought to himself. The cultivation content of the small universe was not long, and it was quickly explained by Pandora. Thank you. Ito, who got what he wanted, thanked with a smile. Hades and Pandora did not respond to him. But at this moment, a new small universe power that was different from the dark Sayas erupted in the town. It seems like you have a guest. Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of the small universe power eruption. He's here. A gentle smile appeared on Hades' handsome face, and he said softly, he's finally back. According to the agreement, I have to meet you, who has become a Saint Seiya. I've also finally found the red that suits you. It's time to go and welcome him, Hades said softly. A meeting between friends? In that case, I won't disturb you. We'll meet again in the future. Ito turned his head and looked at Hades. Chapter 2011. After Ito finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared from Hades and Pandora's sight. Hades ignored him and walked toward the place where the new aura of the small universe erupted. Soon, he appeared on a street. He walked past 3 underworld gladiators who suddenly appeared beside him. They were wearing armor that shone with black light. He came to the front of a young man who looked about the same age as him and was wearing a strange white armor. Seeing the sudden appearance of Hades, the young man who was about to attack stopped abruptly. He maintained his posture and was about to attack. No, impossible. The young man stared at Hades, who suddenly appeared, and murmured, "Welcome back, Pegasus." "No, Pegasus of the Pegasus constellation," Hades smiled and said, "My friend. Why? You are obviously a very gentle person. You are obviously like brothers. How can you be Hades?" The young man, who was the Saint Seiya of the Pegasus constellation, was in disbelief at first. Then, he asked in a loud and emotional voice. Hades smiled and did not say anything. "You are actually Hades. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? You turned the town into this state, and the tragic situation of the orphanage. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Speak up, Aaron." The Pegasus questioned loudly. "You are still the same, Pegasus. Compared to 2 years ago, you haven't changed at all." Aaron stretched out his right hand and showed the plant bracelet on his wrist. With a pure smile on his face, he said happily, "I am so happy." Seeing this bracelet, Pegasus, who was originally emotional, was immediately stunned. Then, he calmed down abruptly. "You have indeed kept your promise. You have returned here after becoming a Saint Seiya. Since then, I have also painted many paintings in order to become an outstanding artist. Hades ignored the change in Pegasus' expression and said to himself. Then, he waved his right arm and an oil painting of a young Pegasus suddenly appeared out of thin air. He continued to say, "Do you still remember this painting? We have a promise. If you come back after becoming a Saint Seiya, you will continue to finish the painting." Hades made a grabbing motion with his right hand and grabbed an oil brush out of thin air. The red color that I couldn't mix back then, I finally found it now. In an instant, the ground beneath Hades and the Pegasus' feet changed. A large number of corpses suddenly appeared on the originally dilapidated street. Blood flowed all over the street like oil. "Wah!" The Pegasus that discovered the change under its feet exclaimed in shock. "Pegasus!" At the same time, an anxious voice came from behind the Pegasus. The voice came from a man with long black hair. It was a handsome young man in golden armor. Judging from the shield on his armor and the material of the armor, he was obviously Libra, one of the 12 gold saints of the sanctuary. As the culprit behind all this, Hades gently squatted down and dipped his paintbrush into the pool of blood under his feet as if he was dipping it in paint. Then, he picked up his paintbrush and stood up again. He extended the paintbrush that was stained with blood towards the canvas. However, at this moment, Hades seemed to be annoyed. He swung the tip of his paintbrush fiercely, causing the blood on the tip of the paintbrush to splatter on the canvas. It created a large cross-shaped mark on the chest of the young Pegasus. Then, as if it had really suffered some kind of attack, the chest area of the white armor that the Pegasus was wearing suddenly burst open by itself. Even the Pegasus' face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Aaron, you? Why?" The Pegasus that was full of disbelief raised his head and looked at his young companion Aaron in front of him. He reached out his hand to grab him, but the rapid loss of strength in his body could no longer support him to complete this action. He leaned over and fell to the ground. At the same time, the grass ring that represented the eternal friendship between him and his other companion also suddenly broke and flew out in a cool breeze. "Bastard! Pegasus!" When the Libra Saint Seiya saw this, he quickly rushed out from behind the broken wall where he was hiding and stood in front of the Pegasus. He did not assume an attacking posture. His face was full of anger as he glared at Hades, who suddenly had a cold face. "Damn it!" However, just as he was about to attack Hades, the new changes in Hades' body forced him to stop. In the breeze, Hades' golden hair that was originally like the sun began to turn black from the tip of his hair, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to his entire head, causing all of his hair to turn completely black. Hades, who had turned black, slightly turned his head away. He looked at the Pegasus that was gradually losing its breath at his feet, then he turned around and walked away without any reluctance. "Wait." The Libra Saint Seiya's voice sounded again. Hades stopped and turned his head to look at the other party from the corner of his eyes. Why did you kill the Pegasus that was supposed to be a close friend? Answer me, Aaron." The Libra Saint Seiya was filled with anger as he questioned loudly. "It goes without saying, because death is redemption." Hades looked at the Libra Saint Seiya with contempt and said indifferently, "Then I don't need to be merciful, since the Pegasus' close friend, Aaron, no longer exists. Let me take revenge for the Pegasus." The Libra Saint Seiya clenched his fist and said firmly. However, before he could make a move, a gust of hot wind suddenly appeared beside him. The Libra Saint Seiya did not dare to hesitate and immediately jumped back. In the next moment, the hot wind exploded, forming a majestic black stream of air that could be seen with the naked eye. But very quickly, this stream of air dispersed, revealing a young man wearing a black armor with metal wings. "I can't allow you to walk around Master Hades anymore," the man said with a cold tone. "I, Savage Star Bennu Bird's radiant fire, get out of the way!" the Libra Saint Seiya shouted. At the same time, the power of the small universe exploded, releasing its own unique skill. Mount Lu's 100 Dragons Tyrant. In an instant, several streams of dragon-shaped air streams that could be seen with the naked eye flew out, roaring as they shot towards the newly appeared radiant fire. Idiot, have a taste of my black sky wind. Radiant Fire stood up, his arms spread out like a bird's wings, stirring up power. A pitch-black fiery ball of light appeared behind his back, pushing it towards the Libra Saint Seiya. Corona Storm. A group of dragons danced, the black ball soared in the sky, the two of them violently clashed together. Boom! An intense explosion immediately reverberated in the sky above the town. A huge irregular crater with a diameter of over 10 meters and a depth of several meters appeared on the ground of the town at the same time. In the crater, Radiant Fire and the Libra Saint Seiya were facing each other with a distance of 2 meters. And from the looks of the two of them, it was obvious that they were evenly matched. Humph! With a cold snort, the two of them once again ferociously gathered the power of the small universe. However, just as the two of them were about to start fighting again, a new figure suddenly appeared beside the Libra Saint Seiya, reaching out his hand to stop the Libra Saint Seiya, who was full of fighting spirit. The person who came was the same as the Libra Saint Seiya, wearing a golden Saint Seiya made of golden materials, but the style was very different from the Libra Saint Seiya. Not only did he not have a shield or other defensive equipment, but he also had a pair of goat horns on his neck. It was obvious that the person who came was the Aries Saint Seiya. His long green hair that looked like gold danced in the wind. "Why did you stop me, Shurong?" the Libra Saint Seiya asked angrily. "Don't be impatient, Tiger Cub. We still have things that we need to complete. Now is not the time to fight it out." The Saint Seiya named Shurong said sternly. "Pegasus Constellation and Unicorn Constellation have been eliminated," the Libra Saint Seiya reminded. "I know," Shurong said in a deep voice. "I know, but no matter what we do now, it's useless." In front of Shurong and Tiger Cub, a large number of Underworld Seiya had gathered and surrounded Hades in the middle. "I understand, Shurong. I'm sorry." Tiger Cub turned his head to the side and said in a reluctant tone, "Are you trying to escape?" Radiant Fire provoked when he saw that Tiger Cub had lost his desire to fight. "That's enough, Bennu Bird." Before Tiger Cub and Shurong could speak, Hades spoke first and interrupted. "Our temporary goal has been achieved. I don't like meaningless battles. The death of our hometown, the death of our friends and family, the end of a person named Aaron." At this moment, a thick beam of light suddenly appeared under the feet of the Underworld Seiya. Then, it suddenly soared into the sky and enveloped all the Underworld Seiya, Hades, and Pandora. The Holy War has only just begun. In the next moment, the light exploded, and an isolated cliff that was close to 100 meters tall with a gigantic cathedral-like building at the top suddenly appeared in the destroyed town. It emitted a strong ominous aura. Is this the aura of a fully awakened Hades? He's indeed very powerful, as expected of the legendary Overgod. Even if he doesn't have a true body in this world, he's still so powerful that it makes one's heart palpitate. If this is only the power of his spirit and not the complete power of his divine body. I really don't know how powerful the true body of Hades in the main world is. Seito, who suddenly appeared in the ruins of the town, looked at the high cliff that stood above the ruins and said softly, "Next, should I go directly to the Holy Realm or to the Zemir Plateau?" Seito then turned to look in the direction of Greece and muttered to himself softly, Interesting. There's actually someone still alive." However, at this moment, the aura of a small universe that suddenly became active attracted Seito's attention. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void again. Then, in the next moment, there was a crash. A young man about the same age as Pegasus, and judging from the broken armor on his body, he was also a bronze Saint Seiya, climbed out of the ruins. Chapter 2012. Pegasus, you idiot, you actually died so easily. Yi Ren of the Unicorn constellation quickly threw away the wreckage from the heavenly horse's body as he muttered unhappily. Fortunately, there were not many things on Pegasus's body, and it was quickly cleaned up. Then, Yi Ren stepped forward and hooked Pegasus's tail, and while pulling it out of the remaining debris, he shouted loudly, "Although I hate people like you very much, but if you die, Master Athena, Master Sasa will definitely cry?" Walala, the debris shook, and Pegasus's body was pulled out of the debris. Bastard! Yi Ren, who pulled out Pegasus's body, sat on the ground, panting and cursing. Oh, so there is still a survivor here. However, at this moment, a new voice suddenly sounded in Yi Ren's ear, startling him. Yi Ren's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look in the direction of the voice. A tall figure shrouded in a wind robe immediately came into view. "Cough, underworld gladiator? Take this." Yi Ren looked angry, and without thinking, he launched an attack at the person who had come. The newcomer moved slightly, easily avoiding Yi Ren's punch, and stood beside him. At the same time, he stretched out his right arm, opened the wind cloak wrapped around his body, and covered Yi Ren's face with it, blocking his vision. Then, his body turned, and his palm pressed down on Yi Ren's head, fiercely pressing his head to the ground. Bang! However, with this action, the person's true appearance was revealed. The person was a woman, about 20 years old, and she was very tall. He was wearing a red vest and white boxer shorts. His chest, arms, and legs were covered with long white bandages. He looked like he had yet to recover from his injuries. She had a round oval face, blue eyes, and blonde hair. Her long hair was tied into a simple ponytail and fell behind her. Coupled with her fair and delicate skin, it was very eye-catching. A long red scarf was wrapped around her neck, gently fluttering in the breeze. Seeing the attacker's appearance, Yi Ren was stunned, and then said with dissatisfaction, "Damn it. If you are not injured, a guy like you, idiot, lower your little universe, or you will be discovered by the underworld gladiators." The person reminded him in a low voice. "What?" Yi Ren was shocked, and lowered his little universe fluctuation. At this time, the person let go of Yi Ren and stood up. Taking a step back, she looked at Yi Ren, who was sitting on the ground, and explained, "I received the Elder's order to come and pick up the Pegasus over there." "What?" Yi Ren was stunned. "What are you talking about? This guy is already dead? What's more, I don't trust you at all. Who are you?" Yi Ren then asked. "I'm a warrior of Gamir, Jinya." The man introduced himself. Then she changed the topic, and said with a slightly higher voice, "Listen carefully, the Pegasus over there is not completely dead." "What?" Yi Ren was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Is this guy still alive?" "Yes, that's what the Elder said." Yi Ren affirmed. "Carry that guy and follow me." Then Yi Ren ordered. Yi Ren looked at Yi Ren hesitantly, and finally carried the corpse of the Pegasus from the ground. "Let's go," Yi Ren said with her eyes closed. But just as she was about to move, a new voice suddenly rang out. "That place, can you bring me along?" "Who?" Yi Ren and Yi Ren were shocked. They both turned to look at the direction of the voice. Not far from them, a strangely dressed young man with black hair and black eyes stood abruptly in the ruins, looking at them with a smile. It was Sei Ito, who had been hiding nearby. "Another one." Yi Ren looked at Sei Ito, and then turned to look at Yi Ren beside him. He muttered in a low voice. "Who are you?" Yi Ren asked in a deep voice, her expression full of vigilance. "You can call me Cheng." Sei Ito smiled. Then he asked again, "The place you want to go, can you bring me along?" "No." Yi Ren replied in a deep voice. "Is that so? Okay then, pretend I didn't say anything." Sei Ito shrugged indifferently. Yi Ren quietly looked at Sei Ito, did not say anything, and silently activated teleportation. In an instant, a white light flashed, and Yi Ren and the corpse of the Pegasus disappeared from the ruins of the town. In the next moment, the scenery changed. A heavily weathered cliff and a barren desert replaced the ruins of the town and appeared before Yi and Yi-Ren's eyes. "We're here," Yi-Ren said softly. What are you talking about?" Yi-Ren, who had not noticed the changes in his surroundings, said with a "What are you talking about?" look. But before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked by the scenery in front of him. "What?" Yi-Ren shouted in disbelief. Where is this?" Yi-Ren asked incoherently. "This is Jamil." Yi-Ren replied softly, "Come, let's go to where the elders are." After that, he led Yi-Ren, who was carrying the corpse of the Pegasus, onto the heavily weathered whirlpool path that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. They walked toward the multi-story stone tower behind the two weathered cliffs in the distance. "Hurry up, warriors of Athena." "Shut up. I'm carrying a dead person. Anyway, since we use teleportation to come here, why can't you use teleportation to send us to the other side? I don't understand." Okay, watch the front or you'll fall." "Damn it," Yi-Ren complained as the two walked through the whirlpool path and came to the front of the stone tower. "The elders are waiting for us here. Let's go in," Yi-Ren urged. "Got it," Yi-Ren replied grumpily. After saying that, he carried the corpse of the Pegasus and walked into the stone tower without a door. But in the next moment, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the tower hall, which was about the size of a large bedroom, countless broken remains of the holy robe and scattered boxes of the holy robe were piled up on both sides of the floor, almost filling up the entire tower room like garbage. "What is this?" Yi-Ren said with shock and anger. "Bastard, you were lying to me?" Then, Yi-Ren threw away the corpse of the Pegasus and punched Yi-Ren, who had followed him into the tower. Yi-Ren dodged sideways. Yi-Ren dodged. "You're an accomplice of the Nether King, right?" Yi-Ren chased after him, roaring as he threw another punch at Rangyi. "What did you do to the owners of these holy robes?" Yi-Ren still did not answer and easily dodged Yi-Ren's attack. "Bastard, are you an accomplice?" But just as Yi-Ren was about to continue the chase, a huge breath of a small universe suddenly came from behind him, attracting all his attention. "What are you panicking for, boy?" Before Yi-Ren could turn around to look, his body was suddenly hit by a blast of energy and quickly fell to the side. Woo 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 bang! Ayaya, the quality of the Saint Seiya has actually fallen to this extent. What a pity! The unfamiliar voice sounded again, and it sighed with a tone that sounded as if it was exasperated at the failure of the Saint Seiya. "Listen carefully, boy. In order to reach Hades, we have received a mission from Athena here. It can be said that we are different comrades on the battlefield," the strange voice said loudly. "That's the elder. You must be careful, don't be rude." Yi-Ren squatted next to Yi-Ren, who had fallen to the ground, and reminded him softly. However, the way he looked and the timing of his words, it seemed like he was taking revenge for his previous complaint. "This is not the right thing to say in this situation," Yi-Ren said unhappily. Then, he struggled to get up from the ground, raised his hand to wipe his lips and said, "What comrades? Can I just believe it? In that case, how do you intend to explain the remains of the holy robes scattered here?" I see. Do you want to see the evidence with your own eyes? Then, the man who Yi-Ren addressed as the elder said. Without seeing him do anything, the holy robes that were full of cracks suddenly separated from Yi-Ren's body, returned to their original appearance, and flew to the elder's side. "The holy robes actually moved by themselves," Yi-Ren said in disbelief. "Then, is it okay, Yi-Ren?" At this time, the elder looked at Yi-Ren and asked. "Yes," Yi-Ren replied softly, then raised his arms and used his teeth to untie the bandages wrapped around his forearms. Revealing a pair of white arms, he used his mental power to manipulate the red scarf around his neck into a sharp left blade, cutting through the arteries of his arms. Poof! In an instant, a large amount of blood flowed all over Yi-Ren's arms. What are you doing?" Yi-Ren exclaimed. Yiren ignored him and walked to the elder's side with his bleeding arms. The holy robes of the unicorn constellation were full of crack. "This holy robes of the unicorn constellation are dead," the elder explained. "In order to resurrect the holy robes that have died once, a large amount of Saint Seiya's blood is needed. Do you know this? But now that the holy robes have been established, I can't make such a request of you who are going to fight in the future." Without waiting for Yiren to answer, the elder continued to explain. "Although Yiren was not given the holy robes, he is still a warrior that I have trained. His potential is not inferior to the Silver Saints." At this moment, Yiren's face turned pale, and he fell backward. "Hey!" Yiren was shocked when he saw this, and was about to run over to catch Yiren. However, before he could make a move, a new figure suddenly appeared behind Rangyi and pulled him into an embrace. "Who is it?" The elder was shocked and turned his head to look at the stranger who held Yiren. "It's you?" Yiren was shocked. "Why are you here?" The person who came was none other than Seito. "You actually let a girl do such a thing, old man, your heart is hard enough." Seito's palm glowed with a green light that was full of vitality and covered Yiren's arm. He looked up at the elder and said softly, "This is our battle." The elder said in a deep voice, "I haven't asked, you can call me Ching." Seito replied. Then he looked at the holy robes of the unicorn constellation that was covered in blood and continued, "Okay, first do what you originally wanted to do, the rest will be discussed later." The elder looked at Seito and didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand and took the golden hammer and golden sword from the hands of a child, who seemed to be only 10 years old, and put the golden sword on the holy robes of the unicorn constellation. "This is the place where the holy robes are reborn from death. Jamil, your holy robes that were injured to death, let him be resurrected again," the elder said. After that, he stirred up the small universe in his body and poured power into the tools in his hands, and like carving, he slammed the golden hammer on the golden sword. Clang! In the crisp sound, an invisible atomic movement began to move on the holy robe. "Is this the truth of the holy robe's healing?" Seito narrowed his eyes and thought. Clang! Clang! After a few hits, the holy robes of the unicorn constellation suddenly burst into a magnificent light and automatically disintegrated from the elder's side and put it on Yiren, who was not far away. Amazing! It's so light, as if even the injured body has recovered its strength. Feeling the changes brought by the new holy robes on his body, Yiren's tone was full of surprise. At this time, accompanied by a low groan, Yiren, who was unconscious, woke up. "You're awake." Seito bowed his head and smiled. Seeing Seito's appearance, Yiren was shocked and instinctively reached out to push Seito away, turned over and retreated from his arms. "Why are you here?" Yiren asked in a deep voice. "Naturally, I'm here to follow your footsteps." Seito smiled. "Sir, are you not going to explain your purpose of coming?" the elder asked. "Are you sure you want me to say it now? The aura of that guy over there seems to be completely gone. If you don't mind, I can explain my purpose of coming now." Seito glanced at the corpse of Pegasus on the ground, and shrugged indifferently. Yi and elder fell silent upon hearing this. "You mean Pegasus? Is Pegasus really not dead?" Yiren asked anxiously. The elder and Yiren looked at each other and turned to Pegasus's side. "Yes. Look at this garland." The elder carefully observed Pegasus's corpse for a moment and explained to Yiren, who ran to his side. "It's as bright as if it was made not long ago. I'm afraid it's something made by the young Athena. Although she may not have awakened as Athena at that time, I can feel that she unconsciously injected a small universe of strong prayer into the Pegasus constellation." Chapter 2013. His soul is relying on the protection of this garland to barely maintain a connection with his body. At this moment, I'm afraid he's wandering aimlessly in the underworld. The elder whispered. In the underworld? Yiren was stunned. But it's only a matter of time. Look, the garland is starting to wither. The elder pointed at the garland that had just lost a petal. How can that be? Yiren exclaimed. I'm afraid that when all the petals wither, the soul of Pegasus constellation will fall into the underworld. The elder whispered. What should I do? After a moment of silence, Yiren spoke in a low voice. I don't care what happens to Pegasus constellation, but if Lady Athena becomes very sad, I'm willing to give up my life. At the end, Yiren's emotions became agitated. Willing to give up your life? The elder repeated in a low voice. Yes. If it's for Lady Athena, no matter where I go, Yiren said with certainty. Well said, Unicorn constellation. That's Athena's Saint Seiya. The elder praised loudly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed a long sword that was wrapped in layers of bandages from the child's arms. He continued, those who have gone to the kingdom of death, if they don't go to the kingdom of death, it's impossible to bring them back. So, ha! The elder pulled out his sword and held it in front of Yiren. Go to hell, Unicorn constellation. Yiren's face was filled with shock and shock. Although he had spoken very generously and passionately before, he still couldn't accept that he was going to die just like that. But before he could react, the elder grabbed the sword and held it in front of him. Take this sword to the underworld. It will protect you, the elder said. Yiren subconsciously reached out and took the sword. Listen carefully, Unicorn constellation, humans can't go to the underworld. No matter what, if they fall into the underworld, they will become dead. The elder said softly. Then what should we do? Yiren asked anxiously. That's why we have to rely on this sword, the elder said. This sword was infused with Athena's blood and prayers during the previous holy war. It could be said to be a holy sword. If it's only for a short period of time, it can give you a protective effect like the garland of the Pegasus constellation. Are you mentally prepared? The elder asked in the end. As long as it's for Mistress Athena, Yiren said with a serious expression. Well said. The elder smiled. Then, I'll send you to the underworld now. Tell Yi to come over too. Yes. Rang Yi agreed and walked to Yiren's side. Do you know what corpse gas is? The elder looked at Yiren and asked. Corpse piling gas? Yiren was puzzled. In China, the Cancer constellation's air mass is called ghost constellation or corpse piling gas. Ghost is the soul and corpse piling gas is the phosphorus gas emitted by the corpses. In other words, corpse piling gas refers to the blue star similar to the ghost fire in the precept. That is the cave that the dead pass through, it's the cave that connects this world and the other world. The elder explained, then turned his head and glanced at Sei Ito who was standing at the side with his arms crossed. Then he said softly, and that cave is my secret technique. After saying that, he pointed forward with one hand and a powerful small universe force immediately erupted from the elder's body. Corpse piling gas underworld wave. The blue light quickly flew and swept across Yiren and Rang Ye's body. Then, a spirit body that looked exactly like Yiren broke away from his body and floated uncontrollably in the air. Body can't move freely. The spirit body Yiren struggled. Ignite your small universe, Unicorn constellation. Strengthen it to the limit. The elder shouted. Hearing this, Yiren didn't dare to hesitate and quickly ignited his small universe. In an instant, a light flashed, and Yiren's spirit body disappeared from the tower. Then immediately afterward, Rang Ye's spirit leaf also disappeared in a light. However, just when the elder thought that it was over, Sei Ito suddenly raised his hand and pointed, and a blue light shot toward the white light that caused Yiren's spirit body to disappear. What are you doing? The elder's face changed greatly, and he turned around and glared at Sei Ito. Seeing that the white light disappeared, Sei Ito withdrew his hand and looked at the elder of the Jamil family with a smile. Like them, I'm going to the underworld to have a look. The elder frowned, and he didn't understand what Seito was talking about. After all, as far as he knew, except for Hades and his underworld gladiator, no one could enter the underworld with a physical body. Not to mention, Seito was still in the same place. Therefore, he didn't believe Seito's words. Now, you can state your purpose for coming. The elder, who didn't dwell on the topic, said in a deep voice. It's very simple. I want all the inheritance of your Jamil family. Seito said calmly. The Jamil family, the legendary survivors of the sunken Mu continent. They were the descendants of the alchemists on the continent. In their hands, they mastered the repair technology of the saint cloth, and even the manufacturing technology of the silver and bronze saint cloth. In addition, because the people in the family were born with psychokinesis, it was very easy for them to awaken their small universe. They were also a strong candidate for the sacred realm Saint Seiya. For example, the Ares Gold Saint Seiya of the past were almost completely monopolized by the descendants of the Jamil family. Therefore, there were still a lot of cultivation materials in the family. For example, the Ares crystal wall, star dust rotation, and the Cancer underworld wave that the elder used just now. You want to learn the Saint Cloth repair technique? The elder played dumb. Elder, you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to be enemies with the Jamil family, so it's better not to play dumb. Seito shook his head slightly and said calmly. Who exactly are you? The elder's face darkened and he questioned in a deep voice. I'm just a traveler passing by. I'm not your enemy. Of course, that's on the premise that you cooperate with me. Seito shrugged. How about this? After a pause, Seito seemed to have thought of something. He suggested, you give me the inheritance of the Jamil family, and I'll participate in this holy war as an ally. I'll help Athena defeat Hades. You should know that I have a way to kill the underworld gladiator, Seito whispered in a sneaky voice, as if he didn't think the price he offered was enough. The elder's expression changed as soon as he heard this. Is what you said true? The elder asked hesitantly. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and a small cube appeared in his palm. Inside the cube, the dark gladiator that he had previously captured, Sinful Star Felikias, was like a tiny bug sealed in amber. He was curled up inside, motionless. Underworld gladiator? The elder's expression changed again when he saw the person inside the cube. At this moment, Seito raised his arm and tossed the cube in his hand out. The moment the cube left his hand, the palm-sized transparent cube expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a person and fell to the ground in reverse. Bam! This guy was originally an experimental subject that I found. However, in order to gain your trust, I can only use him as proof, Seito said calmly. After that, he grabbed forward with one hand, and Itosei's right arm suddenly disappeared into the void, leaving only the part above the forearm still in the real world. After about 5 to 6 seconds, Seito's arm moved again and slowly retreated from the void. However, this time, there was a gray substance in his hand that alternated between a human shape and a ball of mist. You should recognize this thing, right? Seito tilted his head slightly and asked the elder beside him. Soul. As the wielder of Cancer's secret technique, the elder clearly stated the gray substance's name. That's right, Soul. Then you should know what will happen if it turns gray, right? Seito smiled and asked again. The underworld gladiator will die, the elder replied. Then, he looked up at Seito and said calmly, So what? As long as the underworld gladiator is still here, Hades can still choose a new soul to be the underworld gladiator. Are you talking about the demonic star? Seito casually tossed the soul in his hand back into Felikias's body. Indeed, the demonic star is a celestial body in the sky and can't be destroyed. However, it's not a problem to temporarily cut off his connection with the underworld gladiator. Didn't you send Yi and the others to the underworld to look for items that conceal the demonic star? The elder's expression changed when he heard this. He stared at Sei Ito dangerously. Unfortunately, I happen to have such power. Sei Ito smiled and ignored the elder's change in expression. He looked back at the elder's eyes and said softly, "How about it? Do you want to make a deal with me? I can give you the technique to repair the Saint Gladiator. As for the remaining inheritance, you'll have to wait until the end of this holy war," the elder said in a deep voice after a moment of silence. "No problem," Sei Ito agreed with a smile. Although Sei Ito did not obtain the complete inheritance, the Saint Gladiator repair technique was enough for him. With his ability, it was not impossible for him to reverse engineer the forging technique of the bronze and silver Saint Gladiator. All he needed was some time. "What did you mean when you said you wanted to go to the underworld to take a look?" After the deal was settled, the elder could not help but ask about the previous matter. He was really worried about Sei Ito's last action. "The light just now was a clone that I released. He'll follow Yi and the unicorn constellation into the underworld through the realm that you opened with the underworld wave with the corpse-devouring gas. He'll follow them," Sei Ito explained with a smile. Chapter 2014. Accompanied by a long cry, a black shadow fell heavily to the ground like a falling object. Bang! The rock cracked open, trapping the falling fellow within. "Ouch! That's too reckless. That damned old man." With a series of clattering noises, the young man, who was protected by armor that reflected a metallic luster on some of his vital parts, stood up from the pit. It was the Saint Seiya of the unicorn constellation, the Yi people. Then, Jaren's expression froze. He stared blankly at the barren desert in front of him, which was shrouded in the dark night sky. He murmured, "Is this the underworld?" Then, the sky above the underworld flashed again, and Yi fell from the sky valiantly. Coincidentally, he landed where Yi-Ren was, and once again trampled Yi-Ren to the ground. Bang! "Rangyi, why are you?" Yi-Ren turned to look at Rangyi with a pained expression. "The elder asked me to help you," Rangyi replied. Yi then stood up and moved away from Yi-Ren's body. "Am I that unreliable? That smelly old man?" Yi-Ren, who had just crawled up from the ground, shouted in dissatisfaction. "It's never wrong to be careful." Rangyi looked at Yi-Ren and promised, "If anything happens to you, I will protect you. I mean what I say." Yi-Ren's face turned red as he tried to argue. Are you kidding me? That's what a man should say." "You? A man?" As soon as Yi-Ren finished speaking, a voice that was slightly familiar to the two, but full of ridicule suddenly rang in their ears. "Who is it?" Yi-Ren, who was provoked, quickly turned his head in the direction of the voice and shouted. "It's you!" Lu Yi, who had also turned to look, said in a deep voice with a slightly changed expression. "It's me." Sei Ito stepped on the void and walked step by step to Rang Ye's side as if he was walking on solid ground. "Why are you here?" Rang Yi asked. "I'm more curious about what the underworld looks like. Also, seeing that you're a girl, it doesn't seem right for you to come over, so I prepared to be your escort and come over to protect you," Sei Ito explained with a smile. Yi and Yi-Ren were speechless. After a moment of silence, Yi spoke again. "Thank you, but I don't need protection." "Well, that's hard to say, but I won't interfere with your operation." Sei Ito shrugged noncommittally. "We have to hurry. We have to find Pegasus as soon as possible. If the wreath completely withers, he will become a dead man just like these undead." Rang Yi did not refute. He turned to look at the long line of people moving across the wasteland of the underworld. The line was so long that it was almost impossible to see the beginning and the end of the line. The people in the line, regardless of gender or age, all had dull eyes and gloomy faces. They were like robots as they moved mechanically toward the crater of the volcano in the distance. "That's right," Yi-Ren said. Then Jaren, Rang Yi, and Seito set off and walked to the high ground nearby. Then, the corner of a small building faintly fell into the eyes of the three people. There seems to be something, it's a building. Let's go and see, Yiren said. After saying that, he did not wait for Rang Yi and Seito to speak and quickly ran toward the building. Yi and Seito had no choice but to follow. As the three people ran, the situation of the building in the distance was clearly presented. It was a European-style cathedral-style building, but like the surrounding wasteland, it was a dilapidated building. Most of the exposed walls were severely damaged, leaving only a few walls standing. A dome-shaped part sat in the middle of the broken wall, becoming the only part of the whole building that seemed to be intact. The three people ran and jumped to the building, walked to the side of the intact dome-shaped building inside, stepped on the position that seemed to be the window, and looked down at the inside of the building. In an instant, the figure of a young man with 4 limbs locked in chains and imprisoned on the wall came into the eyes of the three people. "It's Pegasus," Yiren exclaimed. "That guy is obviously a dead person. How can he still jump around like that?" Yiren, who was squatting on the ground, said with a frown. "Is he an idiot?" "Forget it, it's already very easy to find him so quickly. We have to save Pegasus before that Fedor comes back," Rang Yi whispered. "Oh," Yiren replied. However, at this moment, Ye's expression changed. He dodged to the side as if he was doing gymnastics. Then, a huge sickle-bladed axe smashed down with a whistling sound, sinking into the stone wall with a clang. "Oh ah!" Yiren did not notice the arrival of the enemy until the sickle-bladed axe fell. His expression was a little confused, and then he fell into the house with Rang Yi. "We are discovered," Yiren said. "Yiren, why are you here?" Pegasus was surprised to see Yiren suddenly appear. Then, as if he understood, he said happily, "Yes, you are also dead." "Don't talk nonsense, I am not," Yiren retorted loudly. At this time, the underworld soldier, who was wearing black armor, had 5 short statures, a bald head, and protruding teeth, also flew into the house and waved his sickle-bladed axe at Yiren. Yiren was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. "Don't dodge, intruder!" The underworld soldier waved his axe and said in a strange voice. "Of course I have to dodge," Yiren replied while dodging. However, at this moment, a red scarf suddenly wrapped around the underworld soldier who was about to attack again, and fiercely pulled him towards Jin Yi. Jin Yi spun around, and used her knee to fiercely strike the back of the underworld soldier's head. Bang! In the loud noise, the underworld soldier immediately fainted. "Who is that? Is that woman a Saint Seiya?" Pegasus, who was attracted by Rang Ye's battle, asked. "No," Yiren replied. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be rats at the entrance of the Death Realm." As soon as Yiren finished speaking, an evil voice echoed in the stone room, "Forget it, just as well, kill all of them." Then, a dark Seiya who was wearing a black underworld robe suddenly appeared behind Rang Yi. "From the ears to the brain, tear them all apart." As he spoke, the human face on the chest of the dark Seiya opened its mouth and emitted an ear-piercing invisible sound wave. "Suppress the scream, Rang Yi!" Yiren shouted. Swoosh! A figure instantly appeared in front of Rang Yi and stretched out his hand to block the attack of the dark Seiya. Bang! "Look, I'm here to help." Seito, who ignored the attack in front of him, turned his head and smiled at Rang Yi, who was shocked behind him. "Another rat." The dark Seiya grinned. "Hey, strange guy, be careful of that guy's shock wave. It will make you feel numb." After the attack ended, Pegasus, who was at the side, reminded loudly. "Indeed, rats, the shock wave emitted from this demon face is no ordinary shock wave," the dark Seiya sneered. The dark gladiator sneered. "It's said that the demonic grass datura that grows under the guillotine has 2 roots that look like a human's body. When this grass is pulled out, it will let out a cry that will send everyone present to the death realm, just like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a small universe appeared on his body again. A sound wave was shot at Rangyi, who had mistakenly thought that Sei-Ito had been paralyzed and had rushed to him. Yi was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His expression changed, and his body flew back at an even faster speed than when he came. Bang! I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Ito-sei, who suddenly appeared behind Rangyi and hugged her in his arms, chuckled. Seeing Sei-Ito's action, the dark Seiya frowned slightly. Watch carefully, Sei-Ito said softly as he put Rangyi down. Rangyi didn't say anything. She looked at Sei-Ito. So what if you can move? You are still a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, the dark Seiya sneered. That's right. You are indeed a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the lamb waiting to be slaughtered is you, Sei-Ito sneered. After saying that, Sei-Ito raised his arm. Several dazzling white light arrows appeared out of thin air. Then, as Sei-Ito moved his fingers, they rained down on the dark Seiya. The dark Seiya's expression changed. He activated his small universe again and used his secret technique, suppression scream. Roar. Amidst the ear-piercing scream, an invisible sound wave force field immediately shattered the light arrows in front of him. However, when the dark Seiya looked at Sei-Ito again, Sei-Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Sei-Ito's fist landed on the face of the dark Seiya. Bang! The dark Seiya felt a tightness in his chest. His body flew backward involuntarily. Crack! Crack! As he flew backward, a large number of fine cracks appeared on the human face in front of the dark Seiya's chest. Then, with a crisp crack, the dark Seiya completely shattered and splattered in all directions. So powerful! Yiren said, dumbfounded. Sei-Ito ignored Yiren's exclamation. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside the dark Seiya again. He grabbed the dark Seiya with one hand and with a thought, he cast a sealing technique to seal the dark Seiya. In an instant, the dark Seiya's body shrunk into a ball and fell into Sei-Ito's hand. Hurry up and release the Pegasus constellation, Sei-Ito said to Yiren as he put away the sealed dark Seiya. Oh! Yiren, who had regained his senses, hurriedly responded. He ran to the Pegasus constellation's side and unlocked the chains on him. Are you okay? Sei-Ito asked softly as he walked to Rangyi. I'm fine. Thank you for just now, Rangyi said softly. I'm a flower protector. It's what I should do, Sei-Ito said with a smile as he looked at Rangyi. Rangyi looked embarrassed and turned her head away. Chapter 2015. Speaking of which, are you really still alive? Pegasus, who was freed from his restraints, asked Yiren with a puzzled look. Your bracelet made of flowers. Yiren pointed at the flower bracelet on Pegasus' right wrist and said, It is said that the bracelet contains Sasa's, Athena's prayer for you. Therefore, you are still alive even though you should have been killed by Hades. However, if all the flowers in the bracelet wither, you will die completely. Therefore, before that, in order to let you return to your physical body and revive, we came here. Is that so, Sasa? Pegasus said in realization. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but there is no time. To avoid the awkwardness, Riney reminded them. Yes, Mandala said that. One of the 3 leaders of the underworld is leading an army to the sanctuary. Pegasus said anxiously. What did you say? Yiren was shocked. So, hurry up and help me resurrect, Pegasus said as he pointed at himself with his thumb. Unfortunately, we can't do that yet, Riney said. Why not? Yiren and Pegasus asked in confusion. We have to go deeper into the underworld to do something. I am afraid that it will be an important mission that will determine the outcome of this holy war. That is what the elder said, Riney replied. Then, together with Sei-Ito, the 4 of them hurried to the deeper part of the underworld through a special passage they found in the room. In other words, our mission is to get to the magnolia tree, right? Pegasus asked on the way to the deeper part of the underworld. Yes, Riney replied, for the residents of the underworld, the concept of death doesn't exist. The only way to subdue those guys who can resurrect infinitely is in that place. That is what the elder said. I am afraid that this is a special passage for the Underworld King's army. If we keep going like this, we should be able to reach our destination soon. I am worried about the Underworld King's army and the situation in the sanctuary, Pegasus said. Tianma, a mere bronze saint like you won't be able to cause any trouble for the Netherworld King's army. Instead of letting your imagination run wild, you should concentrate on completing the task here. Ito-sei, who was following behind Pegasus and the others in a leisurely manner, said in a low voice. I know. But who are you? Pegasus responded in a low voice, then turned his head and asked. You can call me Ching, Rangi's flower protector. Sei-Ito chuckled. Yi-Ren and Tianma looked at Rangi speechlessly. The latter looked embarrassed and turned to glare at Sei-Ito. Don't talk nonsense. Sei-Ito smiled. There was no rebuttal. Just like that, everyone ran forward in silence for an unknown distance. Then, a slanted staircase that led upwards appeared in everyone's eyes. The exit, the Pegasus said excitedly. The four of them quickened their pace and walked up the stairs. When they reached the end, they walked out of the underground passage. Then, a vast and boundless world filled with skeletons of the dead and stinking pools of blood appeared in front of them. He, however, before they could recover from the shock before their eyes. A low barking sound rang in everyone's ears again. Tianma, Yi-Ren, and Rangi were shocked. They turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. What they saw was a ferocious giant dog with 3 heads. It was humongous and was about 7 to 8 meters tall. When it opened its mouth, it revealed its sharp fangs. Ugh, what is this guy? Yi-Ren and Tianma, who were startled, exclaimed. It's Cyberas, Sei-Ito said calmly. Cyberas. Tianma was confused. It's the guard dog of hell. Be careful. Rangi explained. As soon as he finished his sentence, Cyberas' 3 beast heads lunged at the group of humans. Everyone moved simultaneously and leaped to the side to avoid it. Tsk. Clatter. Cyberas' attack missed. It slammed into the ground below and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I'm afraid it's used to repel intruders. Be careful of its 3 heads, Rangi reminded loudly. Yi-Ren. Tianma yelled at Yi-Ren, who suddenly stood in front of him. You guys don't even have your holy garments. How can I leave this guy to you guys? Master Yi-Ren will. Yi-Ren said in an imposing manner. Cyberas did not wait for him to finish. It opened its mouth and bit at him. Yi-Ren jumped up and continued to yell, Chase it away. Then, Yi-Ren activated his little universe. He channeled his energy into his leg, and kicked one of Cyberas' heads. Unicorn dat. Bang. One of Cyberas' heads lowered in pain. The other one bit at Yi-Ren ferociously. Yi-Ren was shocked. Unfortunately, he was in the air, and could not borrow any force. He could only watch as the dog head came at him. However, at this moment, Ye's figure suddenly appeared on the dog's head. He held a slender dagger-like short blade, and stabbed it into the dog's nose. Ow! In pain, the injured dog head screamed, and then the other dog head bit at Yi Zichen. Yi Zichen took the opportunity to support himself with both hands on the dog head and jumped back. Damn it! 3 heads are not easy to deal with. Yi-Ren said angrily as he landed on the ground with Rangye's help. It would be great if there was a skill that could damage all 3 heads at the same time, Rangye said as she landed on the ground. Yi-Ren's expression froze. He turned to Tianma in annoyance and said loudly, Damn it, Tianma, I'll leave it to you. All right, Tianma replied. Pegasus replied loudly. Then, he took the stance of the Pegasus Meteor Punch. Watch me send all 3 of your heads flying. Tianma Meteor Punch. In an instant, hundreds of fist shadows appeared out of nowhere and shot toward Cyberas' 3 dog heads like meteors. Bam! 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 Ow! The sound of punches and screams were heard at the same time. Cybera's body tilted and fell heavily on the ground. Bam! It worked, Yiren said excitedly. At this moment, Itose suddenly walked over to the unconscious Cyberas. He extended his arm, and Cybera's huge body suddenly shrunk to the size of a palm and flew into his hand. There was no sign of any aura coming from him. Hey, what are you doing? Yiren asked in confusion. Sealing it, of course, you idiot. Ito casually put away the shrunken Cyberas and glanced at Yiren as if he was an idiot. Yiren's expression changed and he stopped talking. What is this place? Tianma, who was looking at the blood-red world before him, asked. People are suffering in the blood pool. I'm afraid this is the seventh hell. People who were involved in corruption, theft, and fraud when they were alive fell into this place. Renai looked around and explained. However, that passage actually leads to such a deep place, Yi said with a slightly surprised tone. So cruel. Yiren looked at the human souls in the blood pool. Yiren said with pity. What a terrifying place. Tianma said softly. Then, his face darkened as he thought of something. He murmured, Alan, I must wake you up. Even if I have to beat you up, I must. Tianma's face was filled with determination as he finished his sentence. However, at this moment, Yiren and Renai's expression changed. His expression was full of wariness as he looked into the distance. Someone is coming, Yiren said nervously. Pegasus looked at Yiren with a puzzled expression. It's your friend, idiot, Yiren said loudly. The moment Yiren's voice fell, a purple thunderbolt filled with evil aura streaked across the sky. Dressed in black, the black-haired Aaron appeared out of thin air, disregarding gravity as he slowly descended toward the ground. Tianma's eyes widened as he looked at Alan in disbelief. I'm here to see you, Tianma, Alan said with a smile. Aaron. Pegasus suppressed his anger as he looked at Aaron, who had landed gently on the ground. Hades. But at this moment, Rangyi suddenly moved, and almost instantly rushed in front of Hades, swinging the short sword in his hand horizontally, slashing towards Hades's neck. Prepare to die. Hades gently raised his left hand and placed it vertically in front of him. A strong chi suddenly gushed out from his hand, forcibly blocking Ye's attack. What? Renai's expression changed drastically. A lowly person like you dares to come between me and the Pegasus constellation. You're simply courting death, Hades said with contempt. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye's body immediately flew back at a speed faster than when he left. Renai, Tianma and Yiren shouted in unison. Suddenly, Ito's figure flashed. He immediately appeared behind Renai and pulled her into his arms. Hua, I didn't expect Hades to have such a strange hobby. I'm sorry to disturb your rendezvous with her, Ito said with a smile as he slid back a short distance. It seems that you have chosen your side. Hades looked at Ito and said. I can't help it. Who told the women on your side to be too dark? If there was a sunny and heroic woman like Renai, I wouldn't mind going to your side to help you, Ito said with a smile as he looked at Hades. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me who rules this world in the end, or what it becomes. Hades did not speak. He looked at Ito with an indifferent expression and then looked at Tianma in front of him. He gently flew in front of Tianma as if he wanted to hug Tianma. He stretched out his hands to hold Tianma's cheeks and said softly, I really like the lively you, Tianma. Hearing Hades's words and seeing Hades's expression and tone, Ito's body felt cold. He hugged Renai tightly in his arms and felt the warmth from her body. Only then did he feel a little better. Let me go. Renai's cheeks blushed slightly as she whispered. No, let me hug you for a while. We'll talk about it after Hades and Tianma's gay meeting is over, Ito retorted without thinking. Hearing Ito's answer, Renee's expression froze. She sighed helplessly and angrily. She did not struggle and looked at Hades and Tianma together with Sei-to and Yi-Ren. What? Tianma was stunned and stared blankly at Aaron's face, which was close to him. After withstanding my attack, as the king of the Death Kingdom, you tenaciously kept your life. Although you have the protection of the garland made by Sasa, it must not be a coincidence that you can come here. Hades held Tianma's cheeks and said softly, So, Tianma, why don't you join the Hell King's army and change the world with me? Tianma, don't be confused by him. Yi-Ren said loudly, full of worry. Let's dye the earth black with silence and stability and defeat Athena. Hades, who did not care about Yi-Ren's shouting, continued. After a moment of silence, Tianma suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Hades's wrist. He took Hades's hands away from his cheeks, raised his head and smiled brightly, I don't want to. Then he let go of Hades's hands and continued to say indifferently, The result of cooperating with you is to create such a world. Don't joke around. It's much better to follow Sasa. I am now the Saint Seiya of Athena, Aaron. In order to protect the world you once loved, I will stand on Sasa's side. Aaron is also doing this for you. Tianma looked at Hades with a firm expression. Hades also held the place where Tianma's hand had touched before and looked back at him with a gentle face. Until a moment later. That's right, Tianma. It doesn't matter. You are Aaron's uncertain factor. How will the karma between us end? The next time we meet, it will be a battle between you and me. Hades, who had retreated, said softly, I will also slap your face hard. Tianma said loudly, This is the second promise, Aaron. You have always kept your promise. I will look forward to the day when we meet again, Tianma. Hades said. Then, a strong wind filled with an oppressive feeling blew, lifting Hades's body up into the sky. Let's meet again in the sanctuary, Tianma. The three of us childhood friends have not been together for a long time. I'm really looking forward to it. After that, a vortex formed by purple thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and swallowed Hades's figure. However, just as Tianma and others were immersed in Hades's disappearance, a powerful thunder with a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out of the vortex and flew toward Sei-to like a dragon. Chapter 2016. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon for your precious monthly vote. P.S. Chidian is invincible now, be careful! Yi-Ren and Pegasus shouted. Jay turned around and hugged Sei-to's waist, and was about to rush back with him. However, her speed was no match for the speed of the thunder in the sky. Just as she stepped on the ground, the purple thunder had already arrived in front of them. Leave everything to me, Sei-to whispered in Jay's ear, and then raised his hand to meet the thunder in midair. Boom! A violent explosion immediately echoed in the seventh prison, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose, shrouding Sei-to and Jay's figures. Done, Jay! Pegasus and Yi-Ren shouted anxiously. We're fine, Sei-to's voice came from the smoke almost as soon as they finished speaking. Then, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air, blowing away the surrounding smoke and dust, exposing Sei-to and Jay's figures again. Just as Sei-to said, he and Jay did not have any scars on their bodies, and it did not look like they had just suffered a fatal attack. Jay, you're really a good woman, worth pursuing. Sei-to looked down at Jay in his arms and chuckled. Jay blushed and pushed Sei-to away, breaking free from his arms. Phew! Seeing that the two of them were fine, Pegasus and Yi-Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we've wasted a lot of time, let's go. Jay walked to the front and said. Yi-Ren and Pegasus looked at each other and quickly followed. Sei-to naturally did not stay in the same place, and also followed. The four of them skipped into the depths of the underworld. They did not know how long they had been walking like this. The scenery in front of the four of them changed, and a river completely formed by bright red blood and a tall waterfall appeared in their sight. This is truly incredible, Yiren exclaimed. The drop of the waterfall made of blood was very large. The distance between the top and bottom was nearly 100 meters, and the width was about 10 meters. It was sandwiched between two rocky cliffs with piles of rubble. A tall green tree-like plant stood on one side of the river at the top of the waterfall, emitting a strong aura of life. It seems that the one standing at the top should be Mulan Zi, Rang Yi said as he walked towards the great waterfall of blood. Good. Let's go quickly, the Pegasus said anxiously. Yiren and Sei Ito did not hesitate and quickly followed. It didn't take long for them to reach the cliff next to the waterfall and begin climbing. However, at this moment, an extremely tyrannical will suddenly descended. It enveloped Sei Ito, Rang Yi, and Yiren. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and secretly activated his primordial spirit to welcome the will. A surprised voice immediately sounded in Sei Ito's mind. Then, the aura of a small universe burst forth, and a golden ball propped up the vertically falling blood waterfall. It was like a huge golden pearl embedded in the middle of the waterfall, a person wearing a full-body golden armor with his eyes closed. Sitting down, the appearance of a handsome man with long golden hair naturally fluttering behind him came into Sei Ito's view. Virgo. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. In addition, Sei Ito also noticed that other than himself, Rang Yi and Yiren seemed to have been restricted by time. They maintained their previous movements and stayed in place. The Pegasus, on the other hand, was climbing mechanically with dull eyes. Clearly, his consciousness was being controlled and he was falling into some kind of illusion. What a surprise to encounter a sacred gold saint in the depths of the underworld, Sei Ito said softly with interest. Aren't you going to tell me your name? I am Ahimida of the Virgo constellation, Ahimida said lightly. And who are you? Why are you with the Saint Seiyas of the Pegasus constellation and the Unicorn constellation? Ahimida asked. Me? I'm just a flower guardian. As for why I'm with them, it's because the flower I'm protecting is moving with them, Sei Ito said with a smile. The female warrior of Gamir, Ahimida said softly. You are very strong. You are the strongest person I've ever seen besides the gods. But I can't believe your reason. Although I didn't detect any traces of speaking from your words, my feeling tells me that it's not everything. You must have other motives. You Virgos are always so sensitive. It's really a headache. Sei Ito raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows and sighed softly. But my motives don't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Sei Ito asked. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. The answer to the question isn't important to me. I'm just a little confused. What's your current position? Ashimita replied. Semi-neutral. Sei Ito thought for a while and said, After all, the flower I'm interested in is here. Sentimental, Ashimita commented. Aren't people people because they have feelings? Sei Ito smiled indifferently and asked. But this is beneficial to me in this war. It's also not beneficial to the truth I'm pursuing, Ahimita said. What is the truth you're pursuing? The Buddha's paradise? Sei Ito raised his head and looked at the Pegasus that had unknowingly climbed to the edge of the cliff. Then he looked at Ahimita in the golden waterfall and asked. All living things are suffering. I can't find a reason to let such a world continue to exist in pain. Ahimita was silent for a while and then said. There's a saying in China. I wonder if you've heard of it? Sei Ito asked. What saying? Ahimita asked curiously. You're not a fish. How can you know the happiness of a fish? By the same token, you think the world is full of pain. But how do you know that the people living in this world think their lives are painful and unhappy? Sei Ito said softly. Ahimita was speechless. The seven senses of Buddhism: eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, tongue, and mind. The six senses: color, sound, fragrance, taste, touch, and method. Since there are these in life, there must be a certain pharmacology. You know, not everyone is like you, close to the Buddha, touching the Buddha, and comprehending the Buddha in body and mind. Seito didn't care what Ahimada thought and said again, "You know Buddhism?" Ahimada couldn't help but ask, seeing that Seito was so clear about Buddhism. "A little." Seito nodded slightly. "Then you should also know about the eighth sense outside of the seven senses?" Ahimada said. "Alaya sense or hidden sense," Seito said softly. "The good and evil karma of all living beings is hidden in it. It's not obvious until it's reported. When it's reported, the good and evil karma will all belong to the person." "What about all the suffering in this world?" Ahimada asked. "That person can only reap what they sow," Seito said decisively. "You're not a savior. You don't have the power to save the world. Why bother? Could it be that you want to become the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Buddha in the world?" Ahimada was speechless. "Well, let that guy help you with the rest." Seito felt the small universe erupting from Pegasus. He looked up and chuckled. Then he retracted his gaze and turned to the side of the cliff and sat down. In just a little more than a minute, an even more majestic small universe erupted from the Pegasus's body. Oh, compared to the 5 unyielding experts, this generation's Pegasus is stronger. Seito looked up at the top of the cliff and chuckled. "Kacha! Kacha!" The next moment, the violent sound of wood breaking came from the top of the cliff. At the same time, Ahimada's voice also sounded in Seito's ear. "My mission is complete. Thank you for before. I'll see you again when we get to the ground, Warrior Gamer's escort." "Well, I'll see you again when we get to the ground." Seito turned to look at Ahimada and said. Then, the golden light trembled and suddenly exploded, turning into golden light fragments that filled the sky and slowly disappeared in the air. Boom! Without the protection of the golden light barrier, the blood-red waterfall smashed into the blood river below with great momentum, creating a deep thunder-like sound. Then the cliff rocks next to the bloody waterfall cracked, and pieces of rubble the size of a person fell from above. "Wow, what? Why did this happen all of a sudden? Did I lose consciousness?" Yiren, who had just woken up, blinked his eyes and said in surprise. Then, the rubble fell, and a familiar body fell from the sky and hit him directly. "Pegasus?" Yiren was stunned and quickly reached out to catch Pegasus. Bang! "How did you end up with so many scars all over your body?" Yiren cried out. "Yiren," Pegasus whispered softly, then raised his arm, opened his palm, and showed the fruit in his palm. "This is the fruit of the Mulan seed. The Virgo guy told me that it was our mission to bring these back." While he said this, Rang Yi and Seito on the side kept moving, collecting the fruit of the Mulan seed that fell from the sky along with the rubble. "Virgo?" Yiren was surprised. "This is the first time I've felt so confused and angry. I'm exhausted." Pegasus lowered his arm and chuckled. "Yiren, I want to go back to the ground as soon as possible." "Oh no, there's only one garland left." Rang Yi, who kept the fruit of the Mulan seed, walked to Pegasus and looked at the garland on his right wrist. "I know. Damn it!" Yiren shouted anxiously. Then he carried Pegasus and rushed back to the passage with Rang Yi and Seito. "Although I don't know what happened, no matter how many times, I will carry you back," Yiren said firmly while running. "Bastard Pegasus!" "Thank you, Yiren." Pegasus, who was extremely weak, whispered thanks. Chapter 2017. After some movement, the group returned to the exit of the passage and jumped into the passage, rushing towards the entrance of the underworld, Yoshimi Ryasaka. "Pegasus, just a little bit more. When we get back to the surface, we must meet Lady Athena in high spirits," Yiren said to the unconscious Pegasus as they ran. "We are almost at Yoshimi Ryasaka," Rang Yi reminded. "All right," Yiren replied. Almost as soon as the two of them finished speaking, the entrance of the tunnel appeared in front of the four of them. Seito, Rang Yi and Yiren, who was carrying Pegasus, quickened their pace and rushed out of the passage. "Don't think I will let you pass so easily, Saint Seiya's." Just then, a tall and strong dark Seiya's who looked like a giant, wearing a black underworld robe, suddenly stood in front of them and spoke in a ferocious voice. "I am the ugly star Deadly Beetle, Deadly Beelt Stander. I was wondering why the great blood waterfall collapsed so violently, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see a Saint Seiya's." Stander looked down at Seito and the rest and said, "Although I don't know how you can walk around unscathed, but this is the end for you. Die." As he spoke, the big Stander launched an attack on the group. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Seito and blocked Stander's attack. "Rang Yi Yiren, you two take Pegasus and leave first." "Leave this to me." Seito turned his head slightly and smiled at Rang Yi. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Rang Yi Chong nodded and said, "You must live." Yiren said. After that, Rang Yi and Yiren did not hesitate. They turned and ran away. "Don't worry, 100 of these guys would be the same to me," Seito chuckled. "Bastard, how dare you underestimate me, Stander?" Stander said angrily. "It's just a big beetle, just right to experiment on you," Seito experimented. After saying this, Seito didn't seem to do anything, but a circle of black light spread out from his feet. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of several hundred meters, turning the barren land pitch black. "What?" Stanley's expression changed drastically. "I am the Lord of Hell. The land where I stand is my land," Seito said with a faint smile on his face. "I declare in the name of the Lord of the Underworld. I will take away your life, detain your soul, and bestow upon you an eternal death," Seito said softly as he extended his arm and pointed his index finger at the underworld gladiator Stanley. Instantly, Stanley's expression changed. With a plop sound, he knelt down. "How is this possible?" Stanley's pupils constricted as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Then, Stanley's eyes rolled back and he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! It seems like I can usurp Hades' authority over the underworld," Seito muttered to himself in satisfaction as he looked at Stanley, who had lost all signs of life and soul fluctuations. Perhaps participating in this holy war and helping Athena defeat Hades is a good choice. Then, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the underworld's land. On the other side, in the stone tower of the Jamil clan on the surface world, several dark blue lights appeared as Pegasus, Yiren, and Rangi suddenly sat up from the ground. "It hurts." Pegasus clutched his chest and cried out in pain. "Are you awake?" the elder beside him asked. Pegasus turned his head and looked at the elder. "This is Jamil. You've finally returned alive." "Pegasus constellation," the elder said as he turned to Pegasus. "Jamil? So you're the elder that Yiren mentioned?" Pegasus asked in realization. "It seems like you've successfully completed your mission. Thank you for your hard work," the elder said. "Oh right, are Yiren, Rangi, and Chengdu all right?" Pegasus suddenly shouted as he remembered something. He turned his head to observe the others. "Master Yiren is naturally fine," Yiren said in annoyance. Rangi nodded at Pegasus and stood up from the ground. She looked at Seito and said, "Thank you. It's nothing. This is what a flower protector should do," Seito said with a smile. Rangi's expression froze and she ignored Seito. The next moment, Rangi, the elder, and Seito's expressions froze as they turned to look at the long path leading to the stone tower. "Has the Underworld King's evil claws finally reached this land?" The elder sighed and said softly. At the same time, at the end of the long path connecting the stone tower to the outside, several young men wearing strange full-body armor that reflected a pitch-black luster appeared on the ground. They were looking at the stone tower in the distance with a sinister smile. "Is that it? That's where the Saint Seiya rats are hiding in the underworld. A young underworld Saya with black hair, who seemed to be the leader, said. The rest are just old men, women, and children. Kill them all. Let them return to the underworld. The other underworld Saya said. Let's go. The leader of the underworld Saya gave the order to attack with a sinister smile. Immediately, all the underworld Saya moved and rushed toward the stone tower. However, as they moved forward, the leader of the underworld Saya had a bad feeling in his heart. You'd better think that this path leads to your hometown, the underworld. Almost at the same time that he had a bad feeling, an ethereal voice reverberated in the sky above the valley. You are. The leader of the underworld Saya was shocked. His expression changed slightly as he looked at the golden figure that appeared in the gentle white light in front of him. It was the Virgo Saint Saya, Asimita. Why are you here? The leader of the underworld Saya asked in a deep voice. Of course, I'm here to release you, underworld Saya, Asimita said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon with little angels and saints suddenly appeared. A powerful force erupted and blew the underworld Saya up from the ground like a hurricane. They were thrown toward the weathered stone pillars in the deep valley on both sides. Subjugation of the heavenly demon. The underworld Saya are flying in the air in an exaggerated manner. Yi Ren from the unicorn constellation, who had run out of the stone tower to check the situation, was shocked when he heard the elder's words. What are you doing here this time? That guy. Pegasus, who had sensed the aura of the small universe, knew who it was and said with a displeased expression. Isn't that guy going too far with his words? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Asimita's figure suddenly appeared in front of the stone tower. He looked at Pegasus and chuckled. Do you want me to turn you into a mute again? Looks like you've successfully completed your mission. Quickly bring me to the Patriarch, Asimita continued. As they spoke, Pegasus, Yi Ren, and Asimita walked into the stone tower. Yo, Asimita! Saito raised his hand and greeted Asimita, who walked in from the outside. I didn't expect you to be here too, Asimita said softly as he turned his head slightly and looked at Saito with his closed eyes. Of course, the flower I want to protect is here. Saito turned to look at Rangyi and chuckled. Rangyi ignored Saito and quietly took out a bag full of muckluan fruits from his waist. He walked to the elder and knelt on one knee. He handed the bag over and said, This is the muckluan fruit obtained from the underworld. By the way, I've always been curious. What are these fruits used for? Pegasus wondered. You should have heard from Rangyi that the underworld gladiators are immortals, right? The elder asked, and without waiting for Tianma and Yi Ren to answer, he continued, These fruits are the only living things in the underworld where living people can't survive. They are the opposite of the underworld clothes made from the minerals of the underworld, and can be used to suppress the power of the underworld king's army. In other words, it is a weapon that can seal their souls that are protected by the underworld clothes. Speaking of this, the elder raised his hands and threw the muckluan fruits in the bag into the air. Then, his hands glowed with the light of a small universe. He caught the muckluan fruits that were flying in the air one by one and strung them together in a strange way. But, since such a good thing can be made, isn't it better to do it earlier? Pegasus wondered. Just like this time, sneaking into the underworld. Living people can't enter the underworld. Even the existence of the muckluan fruits was first discovered by Ahimita when his spirit flew into the underworld at the end of his meditation. Moreover, these fruits are useless in this state, the elder explained. Pegasus and Yi Ren were stunned. Their faces showed a puzzled look. Then what should we do? Pegasus asked. I came for this, Ahimita said. In order to turn these fruits into weapons, you must have a small universe that has reached the ultimate level. The ultimate small universe? Pegasus was at a loss. Yes, Ahimita said. You should have heard of the so-called essence of the small universe, right? The essence of the small universe? Yi Ren repeated. Yes, Ahimita said. Pegasus, you had an experience in the underworld where all the senses except the six senses were cut off, right? The underworld has no physical body. In other words, it is a world with only senses. You probably rely on something other than the six senses to exert your power. Pegasus was stunned. He really didn't think about his state when he was in the underworld. Ignoring Pegasus, Ahimita continued, that is to say, the feeling beyond the six senses exists, and that is the seventh sense, senses. Among the many Saint Seiyas, why are the 12 golden Saint Seiyas called the strongest? The only reason is that they have the ultimate seventh sense. Sevepses, Pegasus murmured. Chapter 2018. P.S. Thank you to XF20Zon for your precious monthly vote. P.S. You're invincible in Qi but, in the end, I thought of something. In the underworld, where there shouldn't be any life, why did the dryad seeds bear fruit? I came up with an answer. Could there be a small universe above the seventh sense? The eighth sense, when one awakens it while alive, will one be able to truly comprehend the Tao? Amida said softly. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent explosions came from outside the tower. Wow, what's going on? Yiren exclaimed. Is it the Underworld King's army? Pegasus said angrily. As they spoke, the two ran to the side of the tower, hid behind the stone wall, and peeked outside. I'm afraid the Underworld gladiators I defeated have revived. Archimeda said. Damn it, there's no end to this. Pegasus said hatefully. But we have the gold saints here. It should be more than enough. Yiren turned to Archimeda and said. As for Itosei, who had always appeared to be very strong, for a Saint Seiya, he felt that the gold Saint Seiya was more reliable. After all, no matter what, the gold Saint Seiya had the title of strongest. Unfortunately, Archimeda's answer was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the hope in his heart. No. Next, it's your turn to fight alone. Archimeda said. Huh! Yiren exclaimed in disbelief. I said, I have something I must do. Archimeda explained. That's right. In other words, in order to trigger the power of these dryad seeds, you must improve yourself beyond the seventh sense. The same realm as these dryad seeds. In the modern world. To be able to do this, I'm afraid. You're probably the only blind holy Seiya, right? The elder said, handing the string of Mukluan fruits to Amadar. Archimeda naturally reached out and took it. Your eyes. Pegasus, who just found out the truth, exclaimed. Yes, but it's not inconvenient at all. Because of this, I can feel more things than ordinary people, Amadar said in a relaxed tone. Although I don't know what you look like, I can feel it. However, he is very clear about your condition. He even knows that you are still wearing that tattered holy garment. Then, he turned to the elder and said, Elder, take his holy robe. Is that okay? The elder hesitated for a moment before replying. It doesn't matter. It's all useless blood anyway. Amida smiled. The elder's expression shook, and he fell silent. Watch carefully. The teaching will begin now. The elder turned to look at Seito, who had been silent all this time, and said in a deep voice, Understood. Seito smiled. Then, he crossed his arms over his chest and slowly walked over to Amadar's side. Seito turned to look at Archimeda and said softly, Sacrificing your life for justice. I have to say, I admire you, Archimeda. Although this world is full of pain, there is still a need for it to continue existing. Speaking of which, moreover, it is also very beautiful. Amadar chuckled. At this moment, with a flash of light, an incomplete, cracked, horse-shaped metal structure made up of a dozen independent metal parts appeared beside the elder. It was the original form of the holy garment of Pegasus constellation. Amadar raised his left hand, and used the power of the small universe to break open the skin on his wrist, and sprinkled the blood on the holy garment of Pegasus constellation. "Look carefully." The elder took out a golden hammer and a golden drill. He placed the drill on the broken holy garment of Pegasus constellation and shouted. In a split second, the small universe on the elder's body burst forth, and as he waved the golden hammer in his hand, ding-dang, it poured into the holy garment along with the golden drill, and the blood filled with the power of the small universe, as well as the power of the star souls in the holy garment. The so-called restoration of the holy garment is to use one's own power and will to activate the soul of the holy garment and draw out their power. They will take the initiative to let the holy garment restore. Our power and the blood of the Saint Seiya are only nutrients and consumables. Don't get it wrong. The elder of the Chamir clan said loudly as the holy garment flashed with light. The holy garment is made of, just like that. The elder explained the technical information about the holy garment and the restoration of the holy garment while waving the golden hammer. The Pegasus constellation holy garment emitted a dazzling white light. Done. After about half a minute, the elder put away the hammer and retreated from the Pegasus constellation holy garment. Shwa. In a split second it became as good as new. The shining bronze holy garment suddenly broke down, and once again covered the body of Pegasus, who was watching the restoration process. "Pegasus, I'll leave the rest to you." Amadar looked at Pegasus and said softly, "Okay." Pegasus, who was feeling the new holy garment, was stunned. He looked at Amadar, who was walking to the side with a bright face, and smiled. "I'm really sorry, Amadar," the elder said. "An old man like me can't help much. This isn't like you. To tell you the truth, I'm actually in a very good mood right now." Amadar raised his hand to lift a curtain and was about to flash into the passage behind when he heard the elder's words. He stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the elder. After that, he didn't stay any longer and disappeared behind the curtain. It was a long wooden staircase with a slight curvature. Ishimita walked up the stairs step by step. "I used to spend day after day in dark meditation, only caring about accumulating the little universe. Now the day has finally come when I can use it," Amadar said softly to himself. Good wind." Amadar sighed softly as he came to the room on the top floor of the stone tower and felt the night wind blowing in his face. "Good day." Amadar sat down cross-legged, then stretched out the hand holding the pearl and silently stirred up his little universe. In an instant, a vast and deep aura spread out from the top of the stone tower. This little universe isn't a joke. How much does it need to be improved? Yiren, who was fighting with the dark gladiators, said in shock when he felt the little universe released by Amadar. Pegasus, Rangi, and the other dark gladiators were also shocked by the majesty of this little universe and stopped fighting. They looked up at the top of the tower. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed and was filled with ferocious and terrifying ghosts emitting evil auras. Evil tyrant of the sky, demons and monsters. What? That move is demons, monsters, and monsters? The young dark gladiator, who looked like a girl, said in shock, "Hurry up and defeat the golden saint on the tower." Then, he ordered the other dark gladiators to attack. Damn it! The other dark gladiators cursed inwardly and attacked the stone tower. It's too late. Come, these demons and monsters are probably the same kind as you. Amadar's voice sounded in everyone's consciousness. Then, the illusion in the surrounding space changed, and the womb Buddha diagram emerged from the void and rushed toward the dark gladiators. It shattered and released a powerful consciousness attack. Sky Dance Treasure Wheel. Now fall into the eternal slumber of death. Amidst the screams, the dark gladiators were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their eyes looked to the side as they lost all signs of life. Then, blue fluorescent lights appeared and shot out from the corpses of the dead dark gladiators. Like shooting stars, they shot into the top of the stone tower and into the prayer beads in Amadar's hand, dyeing a few of the prayer beads black. How can this be? The young dark gladiator knelt down and looked at the corpse of the dead dark gladiator in front of him. He said in disbelief, Dead? That can't happen. How can? Whoosh! The night wind whistled, and the soulless dark gladiators turned into dust and were swept up into the sky by the night wind. They completely disappeared. Impossible! The young dark gladiator said softly. Pegasus didn't pay any more attention to the surviving young dark gladiator. He climbed to the top of the tower and looked at Ashimita, who was standing in the middle of the shattered stone room. He called out, Ashimita, is this Pegasus? Amadar turned his head and looked at Pegasus with his bright blue eyes for the first time. He smiled and said, This world is really beautiful. Look, I can see light over there. It should be some small villages. When people live together, although there will be distress and sadness, there will also be laughter sometimes. It is just like what Ching said. You look even more childish than I thought. Pegasus, who had vaguely sensed something from Amadar's expression, lowered his head. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably. Whether it was when we met in the netherworld or now, you and the young Athena have overlapped, Amadar said softly. Ashimita, whose body was emitting a magnificent aura, said softly, Pegasus, please take care of Athena. After saying that, Amadar's body suddenly turned into countless star fragments and flew away with the night wind. He flew into the sky, leaving behind a golden armor that looked like a praying maiden. You're leaving just like that? Sei-Ito stretched out his hand, and the entire space immediately changed from the stone tower to an endless starry sky. He looked straight at the void in front of him and said softly, This is... Amadar's spiritual body appeared out of thin air. Just think of it as the holy domain, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Then why did you keep me here? Amadar didn't care too much about Sei-Ito's great work and asked in a slightly puzzled voice. I am very interested in the secret techniques you have. How about you give them to me? They will be one of the bargaining chips for victory in this holy war, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Is this a deal? Amadar asked in return. If you think so, Sei-Ito replied. Giving them to you is no problem, but I don't seem to feel the existence of a small universe from you. How can you control them? After a moment of silence, Amadar was puzzled again. That is my problem, but there is always a way, right? Sei-Ito chuckled. Okay then, Amadar said softly. Then he stretched out his hand and sent a thought to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito waved his hand and took Amadar's thought into his hand, using a secret technique to preserve it. Thank you, Sei-Ito said gratefully. I will leave Athena to you, Amadar said. Don't worry, I have some relationship with Athena. I won't let anything happen to her. At the same time, Sei-Ito couldn't help but think of Athena from the Godslayer world, who had a bad relationship with him. Amadar's face flashed with a touch of doubt, but he didn't ask. Good luck, Amadar. Sei-Ito looked at Amadar again and wished him well. You too, Amadar replied. Then the starry sky disappeared, and the surrounding scenery changed back to the stone tower. The prayer beads that seal the souls of the underworld gladiators have been completed. This way, Athena's army can fight on equal footing with the underworld king's army. The elder looked up at the starry sky that had suddenly become much brighter and said softly, This is something that Amadar exchanged all of his small universe for. Really? I don't understand what is going on. Damn it. Pegasus, whose face was full of tears, looked up at the silent night sky and cried out. At this time, Sei-Ito walked out of the stone tower and looked at the elder, Rang Yi and Yi Ren. I am going to the sanctuary. Who will send me there? What are you going to do? The elder asked in a deep voice. Since I have received my reward, I naturally have to do some work. You must know that I am a very trustworthy person. Sei-Ito chuckled. Wait a little longer. I will send you and Pegasus back to the sanctuary later. The elder looked deeply at Sei-Ito and said softly, "Up to you." Sei-Ito shrugged indifferently. Then he walked to Rang Ye's side and looked at her with a smile. "Rang Ye, let's go look at the stars together." "Not interested." Rang Ye glanced at Sei-Ito and replied, So cold." Sei-Ito was stunned. Huff! Yiren saw this and quickly turned around. He held his stomach with one hand and covered his mouth with the other to prevent himself from laughing out loud. However, his trembling body still made Sei-Ito notice his condition. "Humph!" Sei-Ito snorted and flicked his finger at Yiren, who had his back to him. The next moment, Yiren let out a miserable cry, and his body fell heavily to the ground. "Who's there?" Thinking that he had been ambushed, Yiren hurriedly sat up and scanned the surroundings. However, no one at the scene paid any attention to him. Similarly, he did not find any suspicious figures. "Hey, what's going on?" Yiren raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Then he looked up at Sei-Ito and Rang Yi and asked, "Hey, did you see anything just now?" "Yes, I saw it," Sei-Ito said seriously. "Really?" Yiren quickly jumped up and asked. "Yes, I saw an idiot kissing the earth," Sei-Ito said softly. Chapter 2019. That's. At this moment, the elder's expression changed drastically as he looked in the direction of Greece. "How is that possible? Elder, what happened?" Yiren noticed the change in the elder's expression and could not help but ask. "Hades has personally invaded the sanctuary," the elder said in a deep voice. "What?" Tianma, Yiren, and Yiren exclaimed in shock. "Aaron, Sasa. Elder, I want to go back." Following that, Sasa and Aaron's figures appeared in Pegasus' mind. He looked at the elder and said anxiously, "Are you sure?" the elder asked in a deep voice. "Yes, Elder, I want to go back. I want to go back to Sasa and protect her. I also want to teach Aaron a lesson," Tianma said with determination. "All right," the elder said in a deep voice after staring at Tianma for a few seconds. Yiren, the two of you back off." "Why?" Yiren shouted in dissatisfaction. "Hades's power is currently enveloping the sanctuary. With my current strength, I can barely send one person back. Tianma is the most suitable candidate," the elder explained. Yiren was reluctant, but he still obeyed and let Yiren back off. However, he did not lose his momentum as he said loudly to Tianma, "Tianma, you must protect Lady Athena, do you hear me?" "Yes, I will definitely protect Sasa," Tianma said firmly. "You should call her Lady Athena, you idiot," Yiren reminded him in dissatisfaction. "It seems that I can only send you back next time," the elder said as he turned to Sei-Ito. "No need, you just need to open the portal. I have my own ways to resist the influence of Hades' power and enter the sanctuary," Sei-Ito said as he shook his head slightly. The elder looked at Sei-Ito. He retracted his gaze and looked at Tianma in front of him. "Are you ready?" "Yes, Elder." Tianma raised his right hand that was holding the prayer beads and clenched it into a fist. "Good." Seeing this, the elder shouted in a low voice. He ignited the mini-universe in his body, strengthened his psychokinesis, broke open space, and created a portal in an instant. Blue light bloomed, forming a huge ball of light that wrapped around the Pegasus. Then, it suddenly shrunk and disappeared from the stone pagoda. "That guy is gone." After the ball of light disappeared, Yiren noticed that there was one less person in the stone tower and shouted. The elder didn't say anything. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Greece as if he already knew. On a stone platform with a huge statue of the goddess Athena. Pooh! A golden arrow pierced deeply into the chest of a young man with short yellow hair, a red headband on his forehead, and a golden armor with huge wings on his back. Sisyphus. She was wearing a long white dress. A young woman with long purple hair cascading down her back anxiously called out. She was holding a long staff, that was as tall as a person and had a golden hoop with the pattern of a bird spreading its wings at the top. The eyes of the gold saint named Sisyphus widened as he knelt heavily on the ground. Bang! Hades! The purple-haired girl had a sorrowful expression as she lowered her head and murmured softly. Then she raised her head, and a powerful and holy aura erupted from her body. She looked at the black-haired Alan with a furious expression and yelled, "Hades! Ah, you're finally acting like a goddess of war." Alan had an evil smile on his face as he crossed his arms and controlled a pitch-black longsword. Whoosh! Following his words of praise, a blue light suddenly bloomed in the air beside him and the purple-haired girl, Athena. That light is telekinesis? Alan was astonished. Athena also raised her head and looked toward the center of the light nervously. In the next instant, the light exploded and shot out bolts of blue lightning. Then, Sisyphus, who was wearing a new Pegasus sacred robe, and the leisurely Sei-Ito suddenly appeared in front of Athena. Pegasus? Athena was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. You've made this king wait impatiently. Pegasus, Alan said softly. My apologies, Alan. According to our agreement, I've returned to defeat you, Sisyphus said excitedly, full of confidence. Sei-Ito ignored Sisyphus and Alan's gay meeting. Instead, he was sizing up the Athena of this era with great interest. Athena, who had noticed Sei-Ito's presence, also looked at Sei-Ito with a puzzled expression. How interesting, Sei-Ito said softly. It's a pity that she's not here. Otherwise, it would be even more interesting with the two of you standing together. It's you again. Alan looked at Sei-Ito with a dark expression and said in a deep voice. Ah, it's me. But don't worry, I know that you and Sisyphus are going to talk about your feelings. I won't disturb the two of you, so you can continue and pretend that I'm not here. Sei-Ito turned around and looked at Alan with a strange smile. Without waiting for anyone to react, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Athena's waist. He then jumped onto the statue of Athena behind him. The statue was holding the statue of Goddess of Victory, with one hand holding the statue of Goddess of Victory, and the other hand holding Athena's waist as he stood up. Athena, seeing Sei-Ito's action, the Taurus Saint Seiya, who was suppressed to the ground by the power of Hades released by Alan, raised his voice and shouted, "All right, what are you going to do?" He looked up at Sisyphus and asked loudly, "Naturally, I'm going to protect her. Now you can let go of your love with Alan," Sei-Ito said with a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Although Pegasus didn't understand, he felt that Sei-Ito wasn't talking about something good. "I'm not talking nonsense. Look, Alan is waiting for you. Go and accept his love." Sei-Ito looked up at Alan and said. PFFF. Listening to Sei-Ito's nonsense, Athena in his arms finally couldn't hold back and laughed softly. "Sasa." Pegasus noticed Athena's laughter and said gloomily. "Sorry, Pegasus, I can't help it." Athena looked down at Pegasus and said with an embarrassed expression, "Do you want to die?" Alan looked at Sei-Ito with a dangerous gaze and said lightly, "You can't kill me right now. Or, do you want me to let him out?" Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Alan's pupils shrank and he fell silent. "You don't have much time left," Sei-Ito reminded Alan when he saw that he was silent. "Big brother Alan." Athena looked at Alan with a worried expression and called out softly, "Alan, I'm back alive." Pegasus looked up at Alan and said loudly as if he was announcing something, "That prayer bead is." Alan said softly when he saw the prayer bead in Pegasus's hand. Yes. This is the prayer bead that seals the immortality of your underworld Dipper army," Pegasus said with a different tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the prayer beads flashed with a little light, like wind chimes floating in the hands of the Pegasus. Then, more than 10 blue lights flew up from various places in the sacred region, flying straight to the platform where everyone was on, and projected into the prayer bead. In an instant, a few of the prayer beads turned black. Sasa, it's been hard on you to maintain the barrier in the sacred realm. It's fine now. Pegasus turned its head and looked at Athena, who was being held in Idosei's arms, and said in a gentle voice, "Yes." Athena replied softly with a smile. "As expected of you, Pegasus. After meeting in the underworld, did you make this string of prayer beads with the Mulan seed?" Alan said softly as his gaze fell on the prayer beads. "Amida. The Virgo Saint Seiya entrusted his life to me. This prayer bead is also one, Sasa is also one." Pegasus's face showed some sadness as he said softly. Then, he looked at Alan, who was floating in the air, and said, "Hey, Alan, what are you doing? The reason why I've been fighting until now is because the three of us agreed to meet again one day. However, this is not what I wanted. Alan, are you really going to be like those guys who destroyed our hometown, the village and the orphanage, and kill my sister as if nothing happened?" Pegasus, to the current me, that agreement is also very special. However, we are no longer the same as before. Alan said softly. "Kill my sister as if nothing happened? Wasn't this decided long ago? This is the Holy War. I didn't plan to keep reviving the Dark Seiya. It's good that your prayer beads sealed their immortality. Death is equal peace for the Saint Seiya, Dark Seiya, Sasa, Pegasus, and all of you. Giving the people of the world the peace of death is my mission." "Shut up, Alan," Pegasus shouted angrily. "I don't want to hear this from you." Then, he jumped and rushed to Alan's front. "Alan, I promised you in the underworld that I would beat you up." It's like this, Pegasus. But after seeing you today, I suddenly realized." At this point, Pegasus Feichong's figure stopped in midair like a real statue, unable to move. "You are no longer shining like before. In the end, you and our relationship is just that of a god and a human," Alan said as he held the hilt of the black sword with one hand and stabbed it towards Pegasus's chest. "Brother, stop!" Athena shouted anxiously. As if responding to Athena's call, the entire platform suddenly emitted a golden light. Then, a large number of rectangular pieces of paper with Athena's name written in Greek appeared on the platform. They were stacked on top of each other, forming an inner and outer oval circle. The inner circle just so happened to enclose Aaron in it. Chapter 2020. What? Under the influence of the golden light, Aaron's feet stepped on the ground of the Holy Land for the first time. Tisk, as expected of the amulet made from the blood of the previous Athena, the reincarnated Lord God. Although its power has been weakened a lot, it still has such a strong suppressive effect. Sei-Ito stretched his arm forward and probed into the light of the barrier formed by Athena's amulet. He felt a strange feeling from his arm and secretly curled his lips. "Why didn't I notice it before?" The Taurus saint looked at the amulet on the ground in front of him and whispered, "I won't let you continue to stir up trouble in the Holy Land. Pluto." Accompanied by an old but not imposing voice, a figure wearing a black robe embroidered with red patterns on the edges, a golden pendant and a jewelry necklace made of gold, and a golden helmet on his head appeared on the platform of the shrine of Athena. "You've been tricked. This is the big cage made by Athena's amulet. The sealed land." "Pope." Seeing the person who came, the Taurus saint exclaimed, "I have weakened his power. You should be able to move now, Arutaba," the Pope said as he walked slowly towards the platform. Then he ignored Arutaba and looked directly at Aaron, who was slowly getting up in the shrine. He said softly, "I haven't seen you for more than 200 years, right? Hades." "I see. Are you one of the boys who survived the previous holy war? You've become a sly old fox." Aaron had a dangerous smile on his face and said softly, "Were these amulets left behind by Athena in the previous holy war?" "That's right, because we can't let Lord Athena, who is continuously maintaining the barrier, fall into a defenseless state. However, to be able to achieve such an effect is also beyond our expectations, the Pope said in a deep voice. Then he raised his arm and pointed his right hand with the amulet at Aaron and shouted, "Wake up, Hades!" At this time, Aaron straightened his body. A powerful dark aura erupted from his body and turned into powerful purple lightning that shot out in all directions. Under the surge of this purple lightning, the sacred barrier formed by Athena's amulet was immediately offset. "What?" the Pope exclaimed in disbelief. "Stupid! The amulet from more than 200 years ago can't even be used to delay time, so you should be the one who should wake up." Aaron waved one arm forward. Aaron said loudly. A light beam formed by the power of the dark purple small universe quickly flew towards the Pope. Bang! In an instant, the Pope was hit from behind and was sent flying backward. He slammed into the wall beside him, causing a large area of irregular cracks to appear on the wall. "Let my knees touch the ground, obstruct my meeting with the Pegasus constellation. This Emperor will let you know how serious this crime is," Yaluan said coldly. "Okay." Athena hurriedly replied. She then closed her eyes and stirred up the small universe in her body. A majestic small universe full of sacred aura erupted from Athena's body. "What are you trying to do?" Pegasus, who did not know what was going on, asked anxiously. "The Pope and Athena's small universe has expanded to the entire temple," Arudiba said. Then, a large, crisscrossed, huge transparent square formed by countless squares of the same size appeared in the middle of Athena's temple. Then, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed, bringing the entire temple, Aaron, Pegasus, the Pope, the Taurus Saint Seiya Arudiba, the Centaurus Saint Seiya, whose chest was pierced by a golden arrow, as well as Athena and Sei-Ito, and disappeared from the sacred realm. The next moment, somewhere above a building surrounded by flowers that looked like it was casually piled up with bricks, there was a sudden appearance of golden light. The temple of Athena appeared in the sky. What's wrong? Where is this place?" Pegasus asked with a face full of shock. "That giant tower! Is it where the 108 demon stars of the underworld are sealed?" Arudiba said with some surprise as he looked at the strange building below the ground formed by the square. "Demon Tower, sealed place." Aaron, who also saw the building below, whispered, "Did the space of the two places connect?" "Yes, Hades. Now that your power is weakened, the small universe of Athena and I can bring you here," the Pope said. The Pope continued, "Now, if I seal your soul here, the holy war will be over. Okay, hurry up and leave the body of that boy." "My soul," Aaron repeated in a low voice, and then sneered with a smile. "You guys are really cute and stupid. No. It's just a waste of breath to say these words to that kind of guy." At this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from the void, saying, "Please leave it to us." Then, the space above the temple was distorted, and a thick purple thunder energy blasted toward Athena and Sei-Ito, who was holding her. "Danger! Sasa!" Pegasus turned to look at Athena and reminded her loudly. "Athena!" The Pope and Arudiba also shouted nervously. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the thunder and lightning scattered into countless tiny electric arcs, shooting out in all directions. What a warm greeting! The thunder and lightning dispersed, and Sei-Ito, who reappeared, looked up at the void and smiled faintly. At this time, Sei-Ito was hugging Athena with his arms, and Athena had her head in Sei-Ito's arms with her eyes closed, looking frightened and ready to withstand the attack. However, there was not a single wound on their bodies. Obviously, the attack just now was perfectly blocked. Then, the void trembled slightly, and a luxurious black carriage pulled by three strange monsters that looked like pigs and horses appeared in the sky. It was driven by the young underworld knight who had attacked the tower in Gamelland, and moved to the temple of Athena, finally stopping behind Aaron. "You suddenly disappeared. It was really worrying. A female voice came from the carriage. Crack! Then, the door of the carriage opened and a beautiful white leg wrapped with a snake-shaped accessory stretched out. Then, a beautiful woman wearing a black dress walked out of the carriage. Her chest, waist, forearms, ankles, and other parts of the dress were protected by pitch-black armor that flickered with black light. She held a pitch-black spear with a three-pronged tip in her hand, and her long black hair naturally scattered behind her back. This woman was none other than Pandora. Ever since Pandora appeared, Alan, who had transformed into Hades, didn't say a word and dealt with everything in silence. You seem to still have the attachment of the human Aaron in your heart. Then, let me, Pandora, personally cut off this remaining attachment for you. Pandora, who stepped on the ground, said faintly. Who is it? That woman? Pegasus asked with a puzzled face. Pandora raised her left hand slightly, revealing the snake-shaped accessory on it. Then, there was a rumbling sound of thunder, and the powerful force of the small universe instantly acted on Arudiba and Pegasus, who were already injured, causing them to involuntarily kneel down and let out a painful groan. Come on, Lord Hades, please get on the carriage. Pandora, who ignored Pegasus and Arudiba, looked at Aaron and said softly as if she had done a trivial thing. That woman Pandora, the Pope said in a deep voice. Pope, do you know her? Arudiba asked. Yes, the woman who released evil into the world, the woman who has been following Hades and commanding the Hades army, the Pope introduced. A survivor of the previous holy war? As you said, my soul is always with Lord Hades. Pandora, who heard the Pope's explanation, moved her eyes slightly and looked at the Pope from the corner of her eyes as she said softly. Originally, I should be the elder sister of the young man who was chosen to be the body of Hades to protect and take care of him. That's also the meaning of my existence. Then, Pandora changed the topic and looked at Athena, who was in Seito's arms, with a face full of anger and distortion, and said loudly, however, an unexpected obstacle has appeared in this life. You're indeed a goddess born from Zeus's mind. You're very clever, Pandora said sarcastically. I don't think I've ever done anything like clever, as you said, Athena retorted without showing any weakness. How dare you? Shameless, Pandora said in a voice full of resentment and anger. At the same time, she took a step forward and walked towards Athena. Wait, Pandora. What do you want to do to Lord Athena? The Pope asked loudly. At the same time, Seito let go of Athena, took a step forward, and stood in front of her. Don't do anything. I've always felt that I have to meet her face to face, Athena said in an unquestionable tone. Seito shrugged and moved aside a little, allowing Pandora and Athena to stand face to face. As a goddess, you actually lived in a human's womb and was shamelessly born as Lord Aaron's younger sister. How dare you degrade yourself and disregard your identity to spy on the young man who's the body of Lord Hades? You're as despicable as a thief, Pandora said indignantly. I don't think that being born as a human is a degenerate or despicable thing. To me, the days I spent with Pegasus and Brother Aaron are irreplaceable even though I've already awakened as Athena, Athena retorted. Is that your strategy to confuse Lord Hades' heart? Pandora asked. That's not a strategy. I'm just, Athena said with a gloomy face. I sincerely hope that I can continue to live like that with Brother Aaron and Pegasus as a human. Shameless goddess. Pandora was furious when she heard that. She raised her hand and was about to slap Athena's face. Chapter 2021. Pa. Apam was the first to grab Pandora's wrist. You! Pandora glared angrily at Seito, who was standing in front of her. What kind of loss of self-control is this? This is different from the Pandora in my memory, Seito frowned and said in a low voice. Immediately after, he pulled Pandora's wrist in front of him with one hand. This sudden movement directly caused Pandora's center of gravity to shift, and she involuntarily fell towards Seito. Seito pulled with one hand again, skillfully wrapping Pandora's arm behind her back. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and pressed it against Pandora's neck, forcefully pressing Pandora's head to the ground. Bang! Caught off guard, Pandora's face heavily collided with the transparent ground under her feet. Ugh! Pandora instinctively let out a painful groan. Lord Pandora! The young dark gladiator exclaimed in shock. Calm down, Pandora. After saying this, Seito's hand that was pressed against Pandora's neck shook, and a hidden force penetrated Pandora's cervical spine. Immediately, Pandora's expression turned sluggish, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Then, without any visible movement from Seito, a black rectangle about 1.8 meters long and half a meter wide suddenly rose from the ground, turning into a black coffin. It placed the unconscious Pandora inside, closed the lid, and retracted back to the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. Lord Pandora! The young dark gladiator stuttered as he looked at the place where Pandora disappeared with a face full of shock. The Pope, Pegasus, and the Taurus Saint Seiya Arutaba were equally shocked. Hey, cat demon! Seito straightened his body and looked at the young dark gladiator. Yes. Beast Star Cat Demon Cheshire was like a soldier who had received an order. He suddenly straightened his body and replied loudly. Go back and tell Donatus and Hypnos to wash their necks and wait. In the near future, I will personally seal their souls, Seito said calmly. Yes, Cheshire replied loudly with a look of fear. Aaron, you can leave now. Seito turned to look at Alan, who was parked in front of the car. What? Athena and Tianma cried out in confusion. We can't let him go, the Pope shouted. Why did you let me go? Alan asked expressionlessly. The holy war will only continue if you're still alive. Death god Danadas and Hypnos will remain in the modern world, so you can't die yet. Seito smiled. What do you want? Alan turned around and looked at Seito. You don't need to know that. Seito's expression changed slightly as he said lightly. Yes. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Alan said coldly. With that, he turned around and walked towards the carriage that was parked in front of him. Stop! The Pope shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful impact landed on his body and sent him flying once again. Bam! Fine, what are you doing? Seeing Seito send the Pope flying, Tianma couldn't believe it. Tianma asked in disbelief. I told you, he needs to continue existing. Seito said calmly. You. Tianma said angrily. Alan, who had stopped because of the Pope's call, glanced at Seito from the corner of his eye before stepping back into the carriage and disappearing behind the closed door. Cheshire didn't dare to hesitate when he saw this. He ran back to the coachman's position in a panic and drove the carriage away from the shrine. Big brother. Athena murmured as she looked at the carriage that was flying into the sky. Don't worry, Alan's soul isn't that weak. Seito said softly. Who are you? The Pope struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Seito, who was standing next to Athena, and asked in a deep voice. Didn't the elders of Gamir tell you? Seito asked with interest. You came from Gamir? The Pope asked with a surprised tone. Seito ignored the Pope and turned to look at Athena. Yes, Your Holiness, Tianma said helplessly when he saw that Seito didn't want to talk. What's wrong? Athena asked as she looked at Seito, who was looking at her. Nothing, let's go back. Seito retracted his gaze. What a pity, Athena. In this way, Alan will lose the chance to become a human forever. The Pope looked at Athena and said softly. I know. Athena said sadly. Seito, let's go back. After a pause, Athena said softly again. Yes. The Pope replied softly. Then, the Pope and Athena stirred up the small universe in their bodies. They filled the entire shrine with power. Then, just like how they came, they brought the entire shrine of Athena, Pegasus, Arutaba, and Sisyphus with them and disappeared from the sky above the magic tower, returning to the holy realm. Everyone is tired. Let's go and rest. Athena forced a smile on her face. She looked at Tianma, Arutaba, and the Pope and said, Athena, rest early too. The Pope said softly, Okay. Athena replied softly, Sasa. Tianma looked at Athena and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Let's go, young man from Pegasus. Arutaba picked up the unconscious Sisyphus and shouted at Tianma. Hearing the greeting, Pegasus looked at Athena again, then turned around and left the temple with Arutaba, looking back every few steps. The Pope looked at Sei-Ito, who was still beside Athena, and frowned as he said loudly, This is the forbidden area of the Holy Realm. Unauthorized people are not allowed to stay here. You should leave too. Pope, you still have Athena's talisman in your hands, right? Give me 2 of them. Sei-Ito turned to look at the Pope and said softly, What do you want the talisman for? The Pope asked. Naturally, I have my uses for it. You don't need to know that. Sei-Ito replied. The Pope looked at Sei-Ito, raised his hand, and took out 2 talismans written with the blood of the previous Athena from the wide sleeve of his robe. He walked up to Sei-Ito and handed them to him. Sei-Ito reached out and took the talismans. However, he did not put them away immediately. Instead, he handed them to Athena. Add the power of your little universe to the talisman, Sei-Ito said. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Athena's face, but she did not ask any questions. Instead, she reached out and grabbed the talisman that Sei-Ito handed to her. She closed her eyes and stirred up the little universe that belonged to the goddess in her body, adding the divine power to the talisman. In an instant, the blood-colored words on the talisman lit up and exuded a powerful divine aura. After a while, the divine aura disappeared, and Athena stopped using the little universe. She opened her eyes and handed the talisman back to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito reached out and took back the talisman that had become more powerful. He looked at it in front of his eyes and put it away. He looked at Athena and said again, I remember that Athena can make holy cabinets that seal the souls of gods. Make 2 of them and give them to me. You want to seal the god of death and the god of sleep? Hearing this, the Pope knew what Sei-Ito wanted to do. He could not help but ask. That's right. Sei-Ito glanced at the Pope and did not deny it. He confirmed it in a low voice. The Pope, who got the answer, did not say anything and became silent. Okay, I'll have someone give you the holy cabinets in 2 days. Athena promised. Also, have someone send me the inheritance of the 12 golden saints. I want to see it. Sei-Ito, who got Athena's answer, said again. That's impossible. Before Athena could say anything, the Pope was the first to refute. This is not a request, it's a notice. If you don't agree, then I'll have to get it my own way. If something bad happens, don't blame me. Sei-Ito reminded him in a low voice. Are you threatening me? The Pope asked in a low voice. I'm just stating the facts. Of course, if you want to take it as a threat, I don't mind. Sei-Ito slowly released his aura. The majestic aura was like the thick black clouds before a storm. It pressed down and covered more than half of the sanctuary. Under the pressure of Sei-Ito's aura, the Pope's face immediately turned ugly. His body felt heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain. Done. Seeing this, Athena called out. Hearing Athena's voice, Sei-Ito immediately withdrew his aura and the sky of the sanctuary became bright again. Have someone send the secret technique over later. Athena, who was slightly relieved, turned to the Pope and said, Yes. The Pope lowered his head and agreed. I'll be right here. Get someone to prepare it. Sei-Ito said. The Pope did not say anything. He bowed to Athena and turned to leave the shrine of Athena. After the Pope left, Seito turned to Athena again and said, "All right, now that there's no one here, it's time to confirm it." "What?" Athena was confused. "Is the taste of your lips the same as the Athena I know?" Seito chuckled. Without waiting for Athena's response, he stepped in front of Athena, reached out his hands, and pulled Athena into his embrace. He lowered his head and kissed her lips as Athena's eyes widened in shock. He skillfully pried open Athena's pearly white teeth and stuck out his tongue to entangle with Athena's raw tongue. Athena, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively let out a low cry. It took her a few seconds to come back to her senses. She pushed Seito away with both hands and took 2 steps back with a red face. She raised her left hand and covered her lips with the back of her hand. She looked at Seito with shame and anger. "It's a little different. There's no taste of death in your mouth." Seito smacked his lips and chuckled. "And the other parts of your mouth are not so pure. Is it because you were reincarnated as a human? But there's a different taste to it. How can you do this?" Athena's chest heaved up and down in embarrassment. Seito shrugged frivolously and did not speak. "Who are you?" Athena asked. "What?" Seito asked. "From your words, you seem to know me and even Pandora. But in my memory, I have never seen you before, and I don't feel the aura of other Olympian gods from you. So, who are you?" Athena put down her hand and said with a straight face, "I'm a man who, in another time and space, had a deep relationship with you, Athena. I've done things like what I just did to you many times." Seito placed one hand on his chest and the other behind his back. He crossed his legs, bent his legs, and introduced himself in a gentlemanly manner. Of course, Athena wouldn't be able to figure out what kind of deep feelings he was referring to in a short period of time. In another time and space? Athena was stunned. Yes, in another time and space. Itomori straightened up and said, "So, you and I are close friends. Therefore, I will help you win this holy war and end it completely on the basis of being able to do so." Athena was silent. She was a little skeptical about Seito's word. "Time will prove everything I said." Seito chuckled as he saw the doubts in Athena's heart from her expression. "But before that, let's greet each other again." With that, Seito once again appeared in front of Athena. He lowered his head and kissed her lips before she could react. Athena struggled slightly and unconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. At the same time, on the other side, in Hades' castle. "What should I do? I can't find the Lord Gemini gods anywhere." Cat Demon Cheshire walked back and forth on the spot while biting his thumbnail and muttering to himself anxiously. "You're looking for us?" Just then, 2 huge shadows shrouded the Cat Demon Cheshire from behind, and a voice that sounded like multiple echoes overlapped rang out. "Lord Gemini gods!" Cheshire, who was startled, sat down on the ground and looked at the 2 black figures floating in the air with a face full of fear. "Where's Pandora?" At this moment, one of the figures asked. Lord Pandora has been taken away," Cheshire said with a trembling voice. "Taken away? By who?" "An unfamiliar man, but he doesn't seem to be a holy Saya," Cheshire replied. "Also, the man who took Lord Pandora asked me to pass a message to the 2 of you." Cheshire carefully looked at the Gemini gods in the air, and said in a low voice. He said, "Wash your necks and wait. In the near future, he will personally seal the souls of the 2 of you." After that, Cheshire did not dare to stay in front of the Gemini gods any longer. He nimbly turned over and ran away on all 4s like a real cat. "Hesilas? What shameless boasting!" Chapter 2022. Since Pandora has been captured, there is no one to carry out the plan. It doesn't matter. Let him be at ease for 2 more days. However, I am very interested in this new person. Why? Are you planning to do it yourself? No, a mortal isn't worth wasting my time on. Pandora has been captured, hasn't she? Let the Dark Gladiators rescue her. At the same time, we can test the level of the arrogant human and see if he is worthy of being a pawn. A farce. Then we will do as you say. With that, the twin gods' shadows disappeared into the void. Deep inside Hades' castle, in a dimly lit room, 3 men in luxurious black armor sat together. They were listening to the Dark Gladiator, who was kneeling on one knee with his head lowered, reporting something to them. What? Lord Pandora has been captured? The man in the middle of the 3 said loudly. Who is the other party? The person on the right of the 3 asked. I am not sure, but Lord Hades and Lord Pandora seem to know that man, the Dark Gladiator who was kneeling on the ground replied. From the voice, it seemed to be a woman. For the Dark Gladiators who were all men, this was a strange existence. Where is that person now? The man in the middle asked again. Sanctuary, the female Dark Gladiator replied. Hearing these 2 words, the 3 figures fell silent for a moment. A moment later, the person on the left of the 3 broke the silence with a sneer. Perfect, I, noble stars minus, want to avenge the previous humiliation. Let me go to the sanctuary to rescue Lady Pandora. Saying that, the man stood up and was about to walk out of the room. I am afraid you will not be able to come back this time. The man on the right sneered. What did you say? Noble star minus stopped abruptly. He turned around and glared at the man on the right. Isn't that so? To think that one of the 3 giants would be defeated by a mere gold saint who only knows how to play with plants. How humiliating, the person on the right said in disdain. Iagos, do you want to return to the netherworld for a while? Minos asked with a murderous tone. Do you have the ability to do that? The black shadow called Iakoth mocked. All right, stop arguing, the person in the middle said in a deep voice. Let's think about it now. How do we save Lady Pandora? There is no need to discuss. I will bring my subordinates to rescue Master Pandora, Minos said. After saying that, he turned around and strode out of the room, ignoring Iacogos and the other black shadow. I shall leave it to you, Minos, the black shadow in the middle said. Biorite, you go as well. Find Lady Pandora's location, the black figure in the middle said. Iachos said to the female underworld gladiator kneeling in the room. Yes, Lord Iacos, the female nether gladiator replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the room. I did not expect that even Lady Pandora would be captured. The black shadow in the middle sighed softly. I shall go and prepare. Iacogos stood up from his seat and walked out of the room. He said as he walked out, I have passed this matter to Minos. What else do you need to prepare? The remaining black shadow asked. I doubt if that fellow can really rescue Lady Pandora and not be defeated by the gold saint who plays with flowers like the last time. In the end, he was sealed in the rosary made by the Virgo saint, Iacogos, who was about to walk out of the room, replied. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room as well. These are the cultivation tips for all the inherited skills of the 12 gold saints. The Pope said as he placed a pile of ancient scrolls written on animal skin in front of Seito, who was sitting in front of the statue of Athena. Thank you. Seito extended his hand and opened the scrolls as he thanked the Pope. I hope you will not use these skills to commit atrocities. Otherwise, I will not let you off even if I have to risk my life, the Pope warned sternly after a moment of silence. Seito lifted his head and looked at the Pope without saying a word. He then retracted his gaze and looked at the scrolls in his hand again. Seeing this, the Pope did not say anything and turned to leave the Athena shrine. There were not many gold saint skill scrolls, only slightly more than 20 of them. With Seito's speed, even if he were to read them carefully, it only took him slightly more than 3 hours to finish reading all of them. In my current state, it seems that apart from the crystal wall of Ares that can be driven by psychokinesis, I can also use the space law to replace Gemini's dimensional space and the Devil's triangle dimensional space. I can also drive Virgo's 6 paths of reincarnation and the heavenly dance wheel, as well as the sky evil spirits and monsters created by Amida, as well as the Aquarius constellation's diamond stardust fist and aurora execution that can be used directly. The other skills can't be copied. Ito-say threw the beast's skin scroll in his hand to the ground in front of him and lowered his head as he pondered. Furthermore, Leo's lightning speed fist and plasma speed fist, Sagittarius atomic shock, Virgo's sky demon subjugation, Gemini's galaxy astral treasure, and Aries star fragment rotation technique, and other special skills that rely on the small universe's molecular level, can't be learned. It seems that I can only collect these skills and give them to my subordinates who are willing to switch to the small universe to learn and use them. Sei-Ito whispered. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate. With a thought, he put away the 20 scrolls of Golden Saint skills in front of him. Then with another thought, a black square coffin appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, the black coffin exploded and scattered into countless black light fragments that floated into the air, revealing Pandora inside. The unconscious Pandora's body softened and fell to the ground, but Sei-Ito immediately hugged her and let her lie on his lap. Sei-Ito's fingers moved lightly and gently slid across Pandora's beautiful face. And, after some time, Pandora slowly opened her eyes with a low moan. The first thing that caught her eyes was Sei-Ito, who was holding her and looking at the sunset on the horizon. Pandora was shocked and quickly broke away from Sei-Ito's arms with a small universe. She turned over and stood on the ground. "You're a little excited, Pandora." Sei-Ito looked up at Pandora, who was on guard, and said softly with a smile on his face. "Where's Sir Hades?" Pandora asked in a deep voice. "Haven't you had enough? This kind of puppet-like life?" Sei-Ito asked back. Pandora's heart trembled, but she did not speak. Whether it was in this era, or 200 years later, or the many eras before, she, Pandora, had always been by Hades's side, but she had always been ordered around by the gods and the twin gods. She had to do this and that, and she was completely like a puppet with no freedom at all. If it weren't for the fact that she gradually lost Hades, who was both a younger brother and a monarch, she would have collapsed in despair long ago. "What are you trying to say?" Pandora asked back. "How about coming to my side? From now on, you don't have to pay attention to the gods. You only have to listen to my orders, serve me, and live a free and happy life." Sei-Ito reached out his hand and smiled. "Ridiculous." After a moment of silence, Pandora appeared to be hysterical and refuted loudly. "Who do you think you are? The strength of the gods, no, the strength of Sir Hades is not something you can understand at all. You actually want to use such a ridiculous reason to oppose me, Pandora, who is loyal to Sir Hades. You're really stupid. Then if I defeat Hades, are you willing to come to my side?" Sei-Ito still asked with a smile on his face. "It's impossible for you to defeat Sir Hades, even with Athena's help," Pandora said with a firm expression. "You don't need to think about that. You just need to answer me. If I defeat Hades, are you willing to come to my side?" Sei-Ito's arm was still stretched out as he asked with a smile on his face. "Even if you win, so what? If you lose this time, there will be a next time. If you lose the next time, there will be a next time. Sir Hades is immortal. Therefore, I also belong to Sir Hades." Pandora was silent for a moment before speaking again. But at the end of her words, a trace of sadness flashed across Pandora's face. "Did you forget what I said when I first met you and Aaron?" Sei-Ito said softly. "I'm a god, a foreign god. Since I chose you, I naturally have a way to free your soul from Hades and the underworld and restore your freedom. So, you only need to answer me. After Hades is defeated, are you willing to come to my side and serve me?" Pandora's expression changed and a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. For a moment, the shrine of Athena became quiet. Forget it. You don't need to answer me now. Use your eyes to witness everything I've done and wait for the final result. Ito withdrew his hand and lightly placed it on his knee, forming a seal. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and said softly. Hearing this, Pandora let out a sigh of relief in her heart. By the way, I heard that you play the harp very well. As a pastime, play a song for me here. Ito spoke again with his eyes closed. Yes. Pandora hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice. Then, with a wave of one hand, a golden harp as tall as a person appeared from the void. She lowered her body and sat on a small round stool that appeared at the same time. She stretched out her hands and stroked the slender strings, her 10 fingers gently plucking them. In an instant, a melodious sound reverberated above the shrine of Athena. Chapter 2023. Unknowingly, the sun was setting and the moon was hanging in the sky. Countless stars were hanging in the night sky. Just then, Pandora stopped playing her zither and turned to look into the distance in surprise. It seems like you have a lot of supporters in the King of Hell's army. They risked their lives to save you, Ito, who had his eyes closed, said. Just as they were talking, the gold saints of the sanctuary sensed the presence of the enemy from the aura of the dark universe that suddenly appeared around them. Shurong, an Aries, said with hatred. With a flash, he turned into a golden light and rushed in the direction of the universe. Shurong. On the way, Tiger Cub, who happened to be patrolling the sanctuary, saw him and shouted, "Why are you here? The enemy is Minos. He is the one who killed Jabafika." "In front of me," Shurong said in a deep voice. Tiger Cub was silent. Then he said, "I'll go with you." "Okay." Shurong looked at Tiger Cub and agreed. Then the two of them did not stop and rushed in the direction of Minos Universe. With their full speed, the two of them arrived at the border of the sanctuary in a short while. In a desolate valley, they saw the dark gladiators who were using mysterious techniques to kill the sanctuary's holy Saiyas. "Stop!" Seeing the situation in the field, Tong Hu, whose face was filled with anger, immediately shouted loudly. "Sir Tiger Cub!" The gold saint who was not completely dead turned his head and looked at Tiger Cub, who was wearing a golden sacred robe. Hearing the call, Tiger Cub jumped down from the high ground and rushed to the gold saint who was talking. He squatted down and held the gold saint in his arms. "Hey, pull yourself together," Tiger Cub said loudly. "Tiger Cub." "Sir." The gold saint who was being held in Tiger Cub's arms shouted again with difficulty. Then his head fell to the side and he lost all signs of life. "It's you." Among the dark Seiyus, a white-haired dark Seiyus with a pair of metal wings on his back said to Shurong with a gloomy expression. His armor was much more luxurious and beautiful than the dark Seiyus beside him. "Minos," Shurong said in a deep voice. "How dare you come here?" "It's just the sanctuary. Why wouldn't I dare to come?" Minos sneered. "It seems that you have forgotten the lesson that Jabafika taught you." Shurong bluntly exposed the wound. Hearing Jabafika's name, Minos' face changed. His face was full of ferocity, and he said in a cold voice, "I came to the sanctuary this time to wash away the humiliation that guy gave me. Unfortunately, he was already dead. This is rather disappointing." "You." Shurong was enraged when he heard that. His body immediately erupted with a strong aura of a small universe. A golden spiritual light mist immediately enveloped Shurong's body. Together with the golden holy robe on his body, it was extremely dazzling. Seeing Shurong's transformation, Minos did not waste any time and activated his own universe. Then, a dark purple haze of light enveloped Minos. Like a purple flame, it was still leaping about. At the same time, Tiger Cub put down the Saint Seiya in his arms. He tore off the cloak on his back and covered the Saint Seiya's corpse. Then, he stood up. Silently, he walked to Shur-Ang's side and stirred up the small universe. He was ready to attack. 2 against 1. Minus said in disdain. Tiger Cub, he's mine, Shur-Ang, who was staring at Minus, said in a deep voice. Be careful. Tiger Cub, who could hear the determination in Shur-Ang's words, withdrew his small universe and reminded him softly. Then, he turned around and walked to one side. His face darkened, and he got into a stance of a bystander. At the same time, the dark gladiators behind Minus did not need Minus's instructions. They tactfully retreated to make room for the battle between Minus and Shur-Ang. Humiliation requires a baptism of blood. Just right, let's start with you, the friend of Jabafika, Minus said in a ferocious voice. Then, I'll be like Jabafika and send you to your death again. And I believe that after this, you won't have the chance to be resurrected again, Shur-Ang replied without showing any signs of weakness. That's seal. You won't have the chance, Minus said. After he finished his words, Minus moved his hands and a purple mist of the small universe suddenly appeared around Shur-Ang. Thin and long threads appeared from it and wrapped around Shur-Ang's body tightly. Noble Star's ultimate skill, Star Puppet Line. Now you're my puppet, Gold Saint Seiya of Ares, Minus laughed arrogantly. Shur-Ang. Tiger Cub shouted with a face full of worry. Where should we start? Oh yes, let's start with your disgusting mouth, Minus said softly. After he finished his words, Shur-Ang's right hand uncontrollably slapped his own mouth. Bang! A stream of blood flowed down from his broken lip. Did Jabafika feel this way then? Shur-Ang, who looked like he was in pain, said in a muffled voice. Why? Do you want to experience what he felt then? Then I'll fulfill your wish, Minus said with a sinister smile. Then Shur-Ang's body suddenly floated in midair. His 4 limbs uncontrollably twisted in a direction that violated the human body's motion pattern. Shur-Ang looked like he was in pain, but he didn't even make a sound. Shur-Ang. Tiger Cub, who was very worried, couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and shouted. Tiger Cub, don't come over. I've said before that he's mine, Shur-Ang said with difficulty. Damn it! Tiger Cub heard and clenched his fists subconsciously. He scolded loudly with a face full of hatred. What do you think? Minus asked. Ha! Shur-Ang laughed contemptuously. Then, an even stronger aura of the small universe was released from Shur-Ang's body. It affected the space and formed an illusion. It changed into a magnificent starry sky that replaced the barren valley. It enveloped Minus and himself, as well as Tiger Cub and a few other dark gladiators who were further away. What? Minus' expression changed, and he let out a low cry. You'd better keep this for yourself. Star dust rotation skill. Shur-Ang shouted. Instantly, a large amount of light fragments appeared around Shur-Ang. They rotated and formed a dazzling vortex that was like the Milky Way. It forcefully destroyed and tore apart the extremely thin threads that were entangling him. Then, it moved toward Minus without slowing down. Minus was shocked. He quickly used his mind to control the wings on his back and place them in front of him. They formed a shield and wrapped him tightly in a tough underworld robe. Boom! There was a loud boom and a thick cloud of dust rose out of nowhere, shrouding Minus. Whoosh! Then, a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust outside of Minus' body. You actually broke my star puppet strings? Minus, who had half of his wings open and the other half in front of him, looked at the star puppet thread that had been torn into pieces in his hands with an ugly expression. My star dust rotation skill has the power to destroy the Milky Way. Although I can't use that kind of power, it's enough to destroy your star puppet thread, Shur-Ang said in a low voice. Do you think that my star puppet thread will be destroyed just like that? You are very wrong. As long as my little universe is not destroyed, my star puppet thread will never be destroyed, Minus said loudly as he spread his wings and waved his arms crazily. He used the star puppet thread at his fingertips as if it was an invisible blade and lashed at Shur-Ong. Looking at the crazed Minus, Shur-Ong did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out one of his arms and shouted, "Come out, crystal wall!" Suddenly, there was a flash of light around Minus. An invisible and transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of Minus and blocked the star puppet thread that was lashing at him. Bam bam! You should have a taste of the star puppet strings yourself, Shur-Ong said loudly. The next moment, the star puppet thread that Minus had lashed out paused. It suddenly turned around and lashed at Minus, who could not defend himself in time. Bam 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 bam! A series of muffled sounds could be heard from Minus' body. Minus' body spun and fell heavily on the ground. Bam! Did Sir Minus lose? Looking at Minus, who was in a sorry state, the onlooking dark gladiators exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? It's that invisible wall again. Minus propped himself up and said with a gloomy face. He remembered clearly that at the end of the battle with Ubemika, it was this invisible wall that had caused the attack that he had used to destroy the village to be reflected back at him. It had caused his plan to be destroyed along with the village to be destroyed. Humph! Then, Minus snorted and suddenly leaped into the air. He spread his wings and flapped them fiercely at Shur-Ong, who was below him. A tornado with a strong aura of the little universe that was rotating at high speed charged at Shur-Ong's gigantic wing whirlwind. Crystal wall! Shur-Ong activated the little universe and shouted again. Boom! The tornado was rotating at high speed and was blocked by an invisible wall in the air. It was in a stalemate. Previously, I did not have enough stamina. This time, don't think that you can use it to reflect my unique skill. Minus, who was burning with purple flames of the little universe, said loudly. Shur-Ong did not reply. He tried his best to activate the little universe in his body and added energy to the crystal wall to resist Minus' attack. Since it was a tornado, it naturally had the characteristic of a tornado that the longer it rotated, the stronger its power would be. Hence, during the stalemate, the tornado that Minus released became stronger and bigger. In a short while, it expanded from its original diameter of more than 1 meter to its widest diameter of nearly 10 meters. It was even more powerful when it hit the crystal wall. Feeling the pressure from the crystal wall, Shur-Ang's face tensed up and he clenched his teeth secretly. Chapter 2024. P.S. Thank you to Wongit and Wing as before for their precious monthly vote. Crackle, 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 phew. Finally, after a period of stalemate, there was a sound of glass shattering. The tornado, which had expanded to a certain extent, swept toward Shur-Ong. Shur-Ong. Tong Hu shouted. Boom! The tornado spread and swept up the gravel, which fell to the ground like rain. Crash, 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 crash. Shur-Ong crossed his arms in front of his body, leaned forward, and knelt on the ground with one knee. Ha 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 ha, what lousy crystal wall is it? I Minus have broken it. Landing back on the ground, Minus stood at the edge of the huge crater created by the tornado and laughed proudly. All right, I am no longer interested in fighting with you. Go to hell, Shur-Ong of Ares. Minus shouted as he looked at Shur-Ong with a ferocious expression. After saying that, Minus flapped his wings again and created a strong tornado that swept toward Shur-Ong, who was in the pit. Star-dust rotation skill. Seeing the tornado coming toward him, Shur-Ong stood up from the ground. He stretched out his arms and activated the mini-universe in his body to create an illusion of the Milky Way. He swept up a misty cluster of stars and threw it toward the tornado that was in front of him. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the tornado immediately tore apart, forming a number of chaotic streams that shot out in all directions. The momentum of the star-dust rotation skill that Shur-Ong had used did not diminish and continued to fly toward Minus. Seeing this, Minus frowned and quickly used his wings to block in front of him. Boom! There was a dazzling white light and Minus could not help but slide back a distance. Minus. You are the one who is going to lose, Shurong, whose fair face was stained with dust, said in a low voice. Star dust rotation skill. Then, the mini-universe in Shurang's body appeared again, and he used his ultimate move again. In the illusion of the Milky Way, a misty cluster of stars shot toward Minus at a high speed. Minus narrowed his eyes. He tightened his body and activated the mini-universe to receive the star dust rotation skill that Shurong had used. Boom! Amid the explosion, Minus screamed in agony. Then, the wings of his underworld robe were shattered. Minus, who had several wounds on his body, was sent flying backward. Bang! How is this possible? Minus, who had fallen to the ground, said in a hoarse voice, How could your attack break my underworld robe? You're too arrogant. Although the underworld garment had a very strong defense, it did not mean that it was indestructible. Don't think that all Gold Saint's ultimate moves are as beautiful and exquisite as Jabafika's. What's more, wasn't your underworld clothes pierced by Jabafika's rose? Shurong said calmly. Damn it. Minus cursed as he struggled to get up from the ground. Minus, accept the fate of failure and being sealed. Shurong lowered his body slightly and posed as if he was about to make a move. He secretly operated the little universe. His body was burning with golden spirit chi flames as he said in a deep voice. Star fragment rotation technique. Then, he pushed his hands forward and launched another star fragment rotation technique at Minus. The illusion of the universe appeared again. The foggy star cluster, which was emitting dazzling light, flew toward Minus at a high speed. Minus' pupils shrank rapidly as he was hit by the foggy star cluster. Boom! After screaming in agony, Minus, who had lost all signs of life, fell to the ground heavily. Then, a ray of azure spiritual light shot out from his body. Like a shooting star, it flew toward the depths of the sanctuary. Lord Minus has been defeated. The dark gladiators, who were watching from the side, murmured in disbelief. Minus is dead. All of you should follow him to the netherworld. Tiger Cub, who had appeared in front of the dark gladiators, said in a deep voice. Damn it! How dare he belittle us? Kill him! Hearing Tiger Cub's words, the dark gladiators, who had regained their senses, said furiously. However, judging from their condition, they seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They seemed to be hysterical. Then, the dark gladiators moved together and launched an attack on Tiger Cub. Lu Mountain, 100 Dragon Domination. Tiger Cub was unmoved by the attacks of the dark gladiators. He only lowered his body and activated the mini-universe. Then, he stretched his hands forward. He used the ultimate move that he had practiced for a long time. In an instant, green spiritual light shone. Numerous Eastern divine dragons, which were formed by the energy of the mini-universe, flew out from Tiger Cub's body. They roared and charged toward the dark gladiators. Boom! There was a loud explosion. All the dark gladiators were like pedestrians who had been hit by a speeding car. They screamed in pain and flew into the air. Then, they spun and fell to the ground. Plop, plop, bang. Shurong, are you okay? After dealing with the dark gladiator, Tiger Cub hurriedly ran to Shurang's side and asked with concern. I'm fine, Shurong smiled and said. That's good. I'll send you back, Tiger Cub said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Cub and Shurang's expressions immediately changed. They looked up at the sky at the same time. They saw 100 meters away in the sky, a powerful little universe emitting a strong attacking intent and a black shadow rapidly falling towards them. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Shurong and Tiger Cub didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly jumped back and dodged. Boom! Smoke and dust rose and formed a cloud of dust. It shrouded the black shadow that had just arrived. Minus failed again. What a useless piece of trash, A voice that was filled with disdain was heard from the smoke and dust. Whoosh then, a breeze blew away the smoke and dust. Then, a dark gladiator with a pair of huge wings and a pair of curved horns on his helmet appeared in the pit that he had created. He looked at Tiger Cub and Shurong mockingly. "Who are you?" Tiger Cub asked in a deep voice. "I'm Majestic Star Garuda Iagos," the person introduced himself. Majestic Star. The other one of the 3 giants of the underworld. Shurong and Tiger Cub's expressions changed. "Tell me your names, Saint Seiya. Then, get ready to accept the funeral that I, Lord Iagos, will hold for you," Iagos said arrogantly. He looked as though it was an honor for him to know their names and be killed by him. "Funeral? You? What a joke. Since we can defeat Minos, who is one of the 3 giants, we can also defeat and seal you, Iagos. Let me, Tiger Cub from Libra, deal with you." Tiger Cub sneered and stepped forward. He stared at Iagos in front of him and said, "Tiger Cub," Shurong called out softly. "Shurong, leave this guy to me. You can help me by the side," Tiger Cub said with a smile without turning his head. "I got it," Shurong replied, and then slowly stepped back. "You want to seal me? You're the one who's ridiculous. How dare you compare Minos, that trash, to me? You'll soon know how wrong your deduction is," Iagos sneered. "I'll wait and see," Tiger Cub said with a fighting stance. "Ha!" Iagos sneered and suddenly waved his arms. Then, a huge X-shaped air blade flew in front of Tiger Cub and landed heavily on his body. Bang! Immediately, Tiger Cub's body was thrown back until he hit the rock wall at the side. He only stopped when he hit the rock wall and created an irregular depression with a diameter of almost 3 meters. A stream of blood flowed down from Tiger Cub's forehead. "Tiger Cub!" Shurong shouted. "So this is the strength of a Libra Gold Saint? That's all there is to it," Iagos said with contempt as though he had done something insignificant. Then, he turned to Shurong and said softly, "Now, it's your turn." "Wait." At this moment, Tiger Cub's voice was heard again. Walala! Rocks rolled down. Tiger Cub supported himself with both hands and got out of the depression. He stood on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Iagos with a tough smile and said, "Our battle isn't over yet." Then, he walked towards Iagos step by step. "So what if you can last for a long time? You're just delaying your death," Iagos said with disdain. "That's not necessarily true," Tiger Cub replied. "Is that so? Then, let me see," Iagos said as he leaped into the air. He crossed his arms and slashed out a huge X-shaped air blade. Garuda wings. After being hit by Garuda wings, Tiger Cub knew how powerful this seemingly ordinary attack was. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He ignited his little universe and gathered all his strength in his right hand. Then, he shot out a golden divine dragon into the sky. Lu Mountain Rising Dragon. In an instant, the divine dragon and the X-shaped air blade collided. Boom! Violent waves of air spread out in all directions, visible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, Tiger Cub leaped through the shockwave and arrived before Iagos, who was hovering in the air. He then swung his fist at Iagos. Iagos sneered and blocked Tiger Cub's punch with his palm. "Is that all you've got?" Iagos sneered. After saying that, he closed his palm. Grabbing Tiger Cub's fist tightly, he threw Tiger Cub away like Garuda flapping his wings. Boom! In an instant, Tiger Cub fell to the ground like a cannonball. He created a huge depression with a diameter of a few meters on the ground. Humph! Tiger Cub let out a pained grunt from the recoil. "Tiger Cub!" Shurong ran to the side of the depression and shouted. "Boring guy," Iagos said calmly. Then, he raised his right hand and gathered a majestic mini-universe energy in his palm. He announced, "I'll end your lives here." After saying that, Aegos waved his right hand and sent the mini-universe energy into the ground below. Then, a thick pillar of fire shot up from the ground and engulfed Tiger Cub. Tiger Cub! Shurong, who was standing at the side of the depression, was not engulfed by the pillar of fire. His expression changed drastically as he called out. Immediately after, the pillar of fire that had risen into the air suddenly exploded, transforming into countless flaming feathers that were the size of goose feathers. They rained down in a radius of tens of meters. This time, even Shurong was caught in the middle of it. Shurong had no choice but to activate his mini-universe and cast his secret skill, Crystal Wall, to protect himself. Oh? You blocked it. Aegos looked at Shurong, who was safe and sound under the protection of the Crystal Wall, with interest. However, before he could do anything, an intense aura of a small universe erupted from below. Tiger Cub! Shurong exclaimed in surprise. Then, the golden dragon soared into the sky and flew towards Aegos against the flaming feathers that filled the sky. The same move is useless against me. Aegos sneered. Then, he smashed his hands forward and created a huge X-shaped air blade to meet the golden dragon. Boom! The two attacks collided and a loud explosion erupted. However, in the next moment Tiger Cub, who was covered in burns, flew out of the chaotic airflow. He clenched his teeth and punched Aegos' face. Bang! Aegos' head tilted and he fell to the ground. Bang! But before Tiger Cub could launch an attack, Aegatha's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tiger Cub. He grabbed Tiger Cub, whose expression changed slightly, and threw him into the sky. Aegath turned into a black shadow and chased after Tiger Cub. When Tiger Cub's body reached the highest point, Aegath used Garuda flapping wings to smash Tiger Cub's body. Tiger Cub plummeted to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Aegatha's figure flapped its wings. Whoosh! Boom! Amidst the clear sound of something breaking through the air, Tiger Cub crashed onto the ground like a cannonball. Cough! Under the powerful impact, Tiger Cub raised his head and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that although Tiger Cub's body was tough due to his training as a Saint Seiya, his body still couldn't withstand such a high-altitude fall and the enemy's strong attack, causing him to be seriously injured in this attack. Tiger Cub! Shurong, who had removed the crystal wall, quickly ran to Tiger Cub's side and crouched down to pick him up. He called out with a worried expression. Cough cough. Luckily, I won't die. Tiger Cub forced a smile. Won't die. I'll help you. Aegos, who was floating in the air, sneered. Then, he raised his arms high and used Garuda flapping wings to attack. Shurong did not dare to hesitate when he saw this. He quickly stood in front of Tiger Cub and raised his head to guard against Aegos' attack. However, at this moment Aegos, who was about to attack, suddenly had a change in expression. He turned his head to look at the depths of the Holy Dominion and said, "Consider yourselves lucky." He then turned into a black shadow and rushed into the depths of the Holy Dominion. That direction? Oh no, it's Athena's shrine. Shurong, who had noticed the direction Aegos left in, said with a changed expression. Chapter 2025. Just when Shurong and Tiger Cub had just defeated and sealed Minos and the dark gladiators that came with him, Ikakoth suddenly arrived. A black shadow sneaked into the Athena shrine silently. Then, it appeared behind Sei-Ito and swung its fist towards Sei-Ito's head. However, in the next moment, when the fist was less than a centimeter away from Sei-Ito's head, the attacker's body stiffened and its fist could no longer move forward. Pandora, help me introduce the identity of this sneak attacker. Sei-Ito, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly and spoke softly to Pandora, who had stopped playing the zither. She is Byaret of Heavenly Solitary Star Bichimos, Pandora replied. Her? I didn't expect there to be a woman among the dark gladiators, Seito exclaimed in surprise. He really didn't know that there were women among the Dark Gladiators. After all, when he was doing his research, the legend of Pluto wasn't completed yet. Even half of it hadn't been serialized yet. There were many things that hadn't been revealed yet. Therefore, the source of the information was based on SS information. Furthermore, the Dark Gladiators of SS were all men. Therefore, he didn't have a clear understanding of certain situations in this world and could only rely on SS information to deduce. Biarette is the only female among the Dark Gladiators, Pandora explained. Then I shall take a good look at her, Seito said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he moved Biarette, who was behind him, to his front and sized her up with interest. Biarette was wearing a full body armor. It was dark red in color and the surface of the armor shimmered with a dark glow unique to the Dark Gladiators. A shoulder guard with a long horn similar to that of a rhinoceros was buckled on her left shoulder. She had an oval face, long black hair. If one didn't pay special attention to the gentle contours of her face, one wouldn't be able to tell that she was a woman based on the piercing cold aura emitted from her eyes. On the contrary, she was more androgynous. Great expression, Seito said softly. Ah! At this moment, Biarette suddenly roared. His body erupted with a powerful wave of a small universe, and he broke free from the shackles. He quickly jumped back and looked at Seito, who was sitting under the statue of Goddess Athena. Lady Pandora, what's going on? Biarette asked in a low voice. As you can see, Biarette, I was captured, but it seems that his way of treating prisoners is rather special. He didn't imprison me in a cell, Pandora explained softly. Is that so? Then it'll make things easier for Lord Iacos, Biarette said. Then, he lowered his body slightly and stirred up the small universe in his body. A layer of dark purple spirit chi flames burned on his body. You actually dared to unleash such an unbridled explosion of a small universe here. You are really bold. The heavenly solitary stars, Biorite. Seito gently smiled. As long as I can defeat you before those Saint Seiyas arrive and rescue Lady Pandora, there's nothing to worry about, Biarette said with an evil smile, his face full of confidence. Ha! Seito heard this and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Are you mocking me? Then let me see, what right do you have to mock me? As Biarette spoke, he suddenly charged in front of Seito and swung his fist towards Seito's face. Facing the attack, Seito didn't dodge, nor did he do anything. Biarette's body once again stopped moving. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't send his fist forward even half an inch. Binding Paths 62, 100-step fence. Then, Seito softly chanted. Suddenly, 5 or 6 steel rods as thick as an infant's arm suddenly appeared in the air. They uniformly flew down and nailed Biarette's hands, legs and spine, suppressing him to the ground. Bang! The bound Biarette struggled with all her might, but no matter how much she urged her little universe, she couldn't force the steel rods away. Don't waste your energy. This attack is aimed directly at your soul. Without enough soul quality, unless you raise your little universe to a certain level, you won't be able to break it, Seito said indifferently. Ah! Biarette didn't listen and continued to struggle. I don't know if he got some inspiration from Idosei's introduction, but he didn't say anything. As the aura of her little universe increased, the steel rods that hadn't moved at all suddenly began to tremble violently. Under the pressure of her little universe's power, they gradually showed signs of collapsing. Extreme burning. It seems like you have a deep obsession in your heart as well, Seito looked at Biarette in surprise. At this moment, a strong wind whistled and a large X-shaped air blade flew straight towards Seito. Seito raised his head and didn't move. He just looked at the X-shaped air blade falling from the sky. Bang! Just as the air blade was about 1 meter away from Seito, it suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier and violently exploded, turning into chaotic streams of air that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! Ikakoth appeared in the temple of Athena with a gust of wind, wearing a luxurious underworld robe. Lord Iagoth. Byaret, who had stopped struggling, called out bitterly. Iagoth didn't say anything and silently walked to Byaret's side. A dark purple little universe ignited in his hand, and he punched the steel rod on Byaret's body. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, the thin rod completely shattered and turned into fragments of spiritual light that slowly melted into the air. Byaret, who had regained his freedom, got up and knelt on one knee as he called out, "Lord Iagoth, Byaret has disappointed you." "It's fine," Iagoth said calmly. "Lord Pandora, Iagoth is here to welcome you back." Iagoth looked straight at Saito as he said to Pandora. "Pandora, are all the underworld's underworld gladiators as arrogant as him?" Saito sighed and asked. Pandora, who didn't know how to answer this question, didn't answer. "Lord Pandora, please leave with Byaret first." "I will deal with this man," Iagoth said calmly. Just like how she didn't answer Saito's question, Pandora also ignored Iagoth's words and continued to sit on the side of the shrine. "Lord Pandora?" Byaret asked in astonishment. "You don't have much time left," Saito calmly reminded when he sensed the aura of the little universe closing in. "It won't take long to deal with you," Iagoth said confidently. "Is that so?" Saito chuckled. In the next moment, Iagoth's body moved and appeared in front of Saito as if he had teleported and punched at his head. Saito didn't move, but a transparent wall suddenly appeared beside him and blocked Iagoth's attack. Bang! Iagoth's pupils shrank and he raised his hands that were filled with the power of the little universe. Two high-speed whirlwinds surged towards Saito from below. The void around Itosei's body shook slightly, creating a ripple. His body directly passed through the intersecting tornadoes created by Iagoth. Then, his eyes lit up, and a huge pitch-black coffin suddenly appeared around Iagoth, wrapping him up in an instant. Dow Breaker Level 90 Black Coffin. Ah! Iagoth's blood-curdling scream came from the black coffin. "Lord Iagoth!" Byaret called out anxiously. Then, the black coffin opened and revealed Iagoth, who was covered in blood. Iagoth's body swayed, and he instinctively took a step forward to support his body and prevent himself from falling. However, before he could regroup, several clear streams of water suddenly appeared out of thin air. They turned into ropes and wrapped around Iago's limbs and body. After that, they condensed into an inch-thick layer of ice and sealed Iago's in the temple with a series of cracking sounds. "Lord Iagoth!" Byaret's expression changed slightly as he shouted. He then turned his head to look at Itosei. His body ignited with a small universe that was even more powerful than the one he used to charge at the 100-step railing. He then charged at Itosei. "Looks like he's your obsession," Saito said in realization. Then, with a thought, a spatial god art was cast on Byaret. No matter how she ran, she couldn't shorten the distance between her and Saito. Then, he stretched his arm forward, the tip of his finger suddenly appearing in front of Byaret, who was not far away, and pointed at her forehead. Byaret's expression turned sluggish after being hit in the forehead. His eyes rolled back as he fell limply to the ground. Plop! At this time, Itosei's thoughts changed again, and a pitch-black coffin emerged from the ground under Byaret's body. It covered her, closed the lid, and sank back into the ground. "Forget it, I won't favor one over the other. You'll be sealed as well." After sealing Byaret, Saito turned to look at Iagoth, whose body of ice was gradually shattering. Then, he extended his hand, which passed through space and landed on the ice outside Iagoth's body. It shattered the ice and landed on Iagoth's head without stopping. Pah! Just like Byaret, Iagoth's head was struck by a strange force and immediately fainted. The black coffin that appeared soon after wrapped around him and sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Almost immediately after Sei-Ito sealed Iagoth and Bairet, several golden figures leapt out from the stairs leading to the Athena shrine and landed on the ground. "Are you the enemies who broke into the Holy Realm?" A handsome youth with long green hair questioned Sei-Ito and Pandora, who was playing the harp. Chapter 2026. P.S. Go to the hospital to see a doctor during the day. There were 3 people in total. One of them was a gold saint with long green hair and a vaguely bottle-like armor on his body. The gold saint had short dark blue hair and 8 golden crab-like claws on both sides of his helmet. He had a wicked smile on his face. The other gold saint had the same blue hair but a long scorpion tail at the top of his golden helmet. From the details of their armor, it was not difficult to distinguish that they were the gold saints of this generation of Aquarius, Cancer, and Scorpio. "I think before you attack us, you'd better ask the Pope or Athena." Sei-Ito looked up at the gold saint with green hair and said lightly, "How arrogant! You want us to ask the Pope and Athena for an enemy? Who do you think you are? Special envoys from other countries?" The gold saint with short blue hair said frivolously, "I'm just reminding you not to do anything wrong. If you insist on fighting, I don't mind destroying a few gold saints here." Sei-Ito chuckled and said lightly. After saying that, Sei-Ito's body slowly released a powerful aura full of oppression. It rushed toward the gold saints of Aquarius, Scorpio, and Scorpio. "Oh, interesting prey. I, Kaludia, love to hunt ignorant guys like you." The Scorpio gold saint stuck out his tongue and licked the long scarlet nail on his left index finger with a hideous smile. "Wait, Kaludia." The Aquarius gold saint reached out and stopped Kaludia, who was about to attack. "What are you doing, Didier?" Kaludia frowned slightly and said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "It's good to ask the Pope. Maybe these 2 guys are really foreign envoys." The gold saint named Didier said lightly, "I don't care whether they are foreign envoys or not. Since the prey has appeared in front of me, there is no reason to let it go." Kaludia grinned. Hey, Kaludia, don't tell me you want to keep it all to yourself?" The Cancer Saint Seiya asked with a smile. "If you want to share, I'll leave that woman to you," Kaludia said as he glanced at Pandora, who was not far away. A woman? It's a little troublesome, but forget it, women it is." The Cancer Saint Seiya placed his hands on his waist. He scratched the back of his head with one hand and said with a troubled expression. Then, she turned around and looked at Pandora. Pandora's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but look at Sei-Ito, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of Athena's statue. Seeing the Cancer Saint Seiya and Kaludia's actions, Didier didn't say anything and just stood there silently. "Looks like a fight is inevitable." Sei-Ito sighed softly. "Don't even think about running away. Master Kaludia will be angry." Kaludia lowered his voice. He said in a deep voice, "Escape? Your words aren't qualified." Sei-Ito sneered. After saying that, he glared and a powerful invisible shock wave immediately collided with Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya. Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya felt something was wrong and their expressions changed slightly. They crossed their hands in front of them to block. The next moment, a muffled bang was heard. Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya couldn't help but slide back. Aquarius Didier stretched out his hands and placed them on the waist of Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya, blocking the 2 who slid back to his side. Very good, my blood is starting to boil." Kaludia's eyes were full of excitement as he grinned. "How rare, Kaludia. The 2 of us actually have the same feeling." The Cancer Saint Seiya shook his shoulders and smiled evilly. "That man is mine," Kaludia said. Yes. The Cancer Saint Seiya curled his lips. Kaludia ignored him and once again walked toward Sei-Ito. As he got closer, icicles emitting cold air slowly appeared in the air, densely covering Sei-Ito's surroundings. They were slanted towards Coludia. Ice. Didier, you seem to have met a companion. Coludia stopped and raised his voice. Didier didn't say anything and silently watched everything in front of him. Then, Coludia's figure moved and fiercely charged to the side. The icicles changed direction at the same time and shot towards Coludia like arrows. Coludia jumped back. As he dodged, the icicles missed and with a pring-pring sound, they shattered into pieces of ice and covered the ground. While retreating, Coludia sensed the gap between the icicles and moved. He faced the icicles and charged towards Seito. But before he could take 2 steps, a wave of water rushed towards Coludia. Coludia didn't retreat at all. He stirred up the power of the universe and pointed his finger at the wave of water. Pooh! A 2-finger-thick water hole immediately appeared on the wave of water. Then, the red light didn't slow down and shot towards Seito. Bang! A transparent barrier appeared out of thin air and blocked the scarlet light beam flying towards Seito. At the same time, the waves surged and slammed into Coludia's body, sending him flying. Bang! Then, without waiting for Coludia to react, a layer of fine ice crystals suddenly appeared on Coludia's body and quickly spread. In a short while, Coludia's body was wrapped in a thin layer of ice crystals, freezing him. However, Seito's attack still didn't stop. The water flowing on the ground trembled slightly and suddenly gathered together. Then, it transformed into a torrent that shot into the air and transformed into a water dragon that roared as it flew toward Coludia. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon arrived before Coludia, who was frozen in ice. But at this time, a black shadow flashed. The Aquarius Didier, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly appeared in front of Coludia. He stretched out his hands and bombarded the water dragon with the cold air created by the universe. In an instant, there was a series of cracking sounds, and the entire water dragon was frozen into ice, maintaining its attacking posture in midair. Seeing Didier's attack, Seito smiled lightly, and then the Cancer Saint's anxious voice sounded in the lookout. Didier, be careful. Didier's complexion changed. He turned his head and looked behind him. A dark green vine abruptly grew out of the frozen Coludia behind him. It wrapped around his legs like a whip and continued to climb up his body without slowing down. Didier slightly moved his palm and condensed a slender ice blade with the cold air. He waved his hand and cut off the plant that wrapped around his body, dodging Coludia's attack. However, although he dodged, the plant that grew out of the ice layer around Coludia didn't die. Instead, it quickly grew new roots and branches, tightly wrapping Coludia's body as nourishment, and growing in a more robust manner. Hey, Coludia won't be swallowed like this, right? The Cancer Saint said with a strange look on his face. Want to eat this, uncle? That's not enough. Just as the Cancer Saint's voice fell, Coludia's arrogant voice sounded in the lookout of Athena. Immediately afterward, the aura of Coludia's small universe erupted and bloomed with golden light, breaking the thick vines wrapped around his body and igniting them. He broke free from the double bondage of the plant and the ice crystal. Coludia twisted his neck back and forth, making cracking sounds. He looked at Seito and said with a strange smile, "The temperature is good, just right. It's so comfortable that I almost fell asleep." "Is that so? Then I'll let you fall asleep," Seito said lightly. Immediately, the surrounding temperature rose abruptly, and a reddish-yellow flame burned out of thin air, decorating the lookout of Athena like a fiery hell. Digger and Coludia slightly moved their bodies and silently operated their own small universes, burning golden flames of spirit energy on their bodies. For a moment, the whole scene became austere. Everyone, stop! However, just as Seito, Didier, and Coludia's battle broke out, an old and majestic voice sounded in the lookout of Athena. "Old man!" The Cancer Saint Seiya turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. "Pope." Then, Didier and Coludia bowed their heads and saluted the person who spoke. That's right, the person who came was Pope Seth. Seeing him appear, Seito also had a thought and retracted the flames that covered the lookout. Then, he looked at Seth, who was dressed in Pope attire, and sneered, "You're finally willing to come out? This is Ching, our ally in this holy war." The Pope ignored Itosei's words. Instead, he looked at Karudia, and Saint Seiya and introduced them. "It's good that you know this. You can leave now." Then, the Pope said, "Yes." Didier and the other two responded in unison. Then, they looked up at Seito and turned to leave the lookout of Athena. "This is the lookout of Athena. Your Excellency, please be careful." The Pope glanced at Pandora not far away and said softly, "I know." Seito twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly. Then, he asked, "How's the preparation of the Holy Cabinet?" "It's almost done. It will be delivered to Your Excellency in 2 days," the Pope replied. Seito nodded slightly, indicating that he understood and did not say anything. Seeing that Seito had no more questions, the Pope looked at Pandora not far away again, then turned around and walked slowly up the stairs to leave the lookout of Athena. "Continue," Seito said softly. Then, the melodious harp music, played by Pandora's slender fingers, once again reverberated over the lookout of Athena. Along with the breeze, it spread to the entire sanctuary. Chapter 2027. Author's Note. The checkup is good and there's no need to stay in the hospital. It seems like I was worried for nothing. This is the holy cabinet that you wanted. On this day, the Pope came to the shrine of Athena alone and placed 2 small boxes about 10 centimeters long, 6 or 7 centimeters wide, 5 or 6 centimeters tall, with a silver-white surface and complicated patterns on the cloth and a curved top in front of Seito. "Where's Athena?" Seito slowly opened his eyes and asked the Pope in front of him. "Athena is in the Goddess Palace," the Pope said softly. Seito nodded slightly and waved his hand to put away the silver-white holy cabinet in front of him. "Wait for me here." After saying that, without waiting for the Pope and Pandora's response, he disappeared from the shrine of Athena in a flash. The next moment, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in the palace dedicated to the goddess. "I'm leaving," Seito said softly as he looked at Athena, who was standing on the balcony of the palace and overlooking the entire sanctum. "Ah!" Athena suddenly exclaimed when she heard the voice and turned around. "Why are you here?" Athena said nervously. "I'm leaving," Seito said as he walked slowly toward Athena. "Aren't you going to say something?" "What?" Athena was puzzled. Seito's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Athena. He put one hand around her waist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and said softly, like a farewell blessing. "Don't be like this," Athena said softly with her hands on Seito's chest, her face blushing. "You have to know that my opponents are Hades' close officials, death and sleep. I might not be able to come back once I leave. Are you really willing to let me leave with regrets?" Seito said with a smile. I will pray for you," Athena said softly. Seito put his head close to Athena's face and said softly, "Of course I will pray for you, but I also want the goddess's blessing kiss, is that okay?" Athena's heart was beating fast. Her eyes were flustered. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Then Seito made the decision for her. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Then his head gently, he kissed Athena's lip. He put his tongue into her mouth and entwined with Athena's soft tongue. Instinctively, Athena's. "Thank you for your blessing kiss. I'm eyes for you to see. Used to you, to see you, to see me, to see you, to see you, to see you." After a moment, Seito let go of Athena, who was panting, and stepped back with a smile. Athena's face was red, and she stared at Seito angrily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Remember to pray for me," Seito said with a smile. Then, his body turned illusory and disappeared into the void. In another place, the elder and Rang Yi, who were walking towards a certain place, stopped and looked up at the void in front of them. "What's wrong?" Yiren looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "We meet again, Elder Rang Yi." Sei Ito suddenly appeared from the void and smiled. "Arrogant guy, how dare he ignore me?" Yiren saw that Sei Ito didn't even look at him, and didn't even greet him. He turned his head to the side with an unhappy expression. He muttered in a low voice. "What's the matter?" The elder asked in a low voice. "I want to have a few words with Rang Yi alone." Sei Ito looked at Rang Yi and said with a smile. "Yiren, let's go first." The elder looked at Sei Ito and continued to walk forward while saying to Yiren, who was carrying a big box, "Eh?" Yiren, who originally wanted to gossip, quickly followed the elder and left Sei Ito and Rang Ye's side. "What do you want to say to me?" After the elder and Yiren were a distance away, Rang Yi raised her hand and combed her hair that was a little messy from the wind. She asked, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just that I'm going to Hades City to fight the god of sleep and the god of death, so I want to see you before I leave." Sei Ito said with a smile, as if it was a very ordinary thing. However, Ye's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His expression became solemn. "You? Be careful." Yi opened his mouth hesitantly and said, "Okay." Sei Ito responded softly, then smiled and asked in a joking tone, but as a blessing before the battle, "Can you give me a victory kiss?" Rang Ye's face froze and she stared at him with a deep gaze. "Forget it, I'm just kidding." After a short silence, Sei Ito waved his hand with an indifferent smile. "Okay. I should go, see you later." "Wait!" Just when Sei Ito was about to activate his power and leave, Rang Ye's voice suddenly sounded. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Rang Yi with a tilted head. Rang Yi turned her head to the side and faced Sei Ito, and said with a stiff voice, "If you can come back alive, I will give you a victory kiss." After saying this, the sharp-eyed Sei Ito noticed that a touch of red climbed up Rang Ye's cheeks, making her look extra cute. "It's a promise." Sei Ito laughed. Rang Yi still looked into the distance and did not speak. "Wait for me to come back." After saying this, the void trembled, and Sei Ito's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Rang Ye's eyes. "Pandora, let's go." Sei Ito, who reappeared in the Sanctum Athena shrine, said straightforwardly. Pandora did not say much. She put away her harp and walked to Sei Ito's side. "I wish you all the best." The Pope blessed. Sei Ito suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Pandora's waist. As the latter's expression changed slightly, he and Pandora instantly disappeared from the shrine of Athena. The Pope, who was left alone in the shrine, turned around and looked up in the direction of Italy where Hades' castle was located. At the same time, as the void rippled like water, Sei Ito and Pandora's figures appeared in Italy, on the cliff at the edge of the forest around Hades' castle. "Pandora, stay here and witness the failure of the twin gods." Sei Ito let go of Pandora and said softly. Pandora, who regained her freedom, quickly retreated from Sei Ito's side and did not say anything. "But for your safety, and for the fact that you really will stay here and not run around, and don't do those useless stupid things, the necessary measures are necessary." "We still need to use the necessary measures." Ito-sei turned to look at Pandora and smiled. The next moment, without any movement from Sei Ito, Pandora's body immediately stiffened, and she abruptly sat on the ground. After that, Sei Ito smiled slightly. A black shadow suddenly flew out of his body and shot toward Hades' castle in front of him, leaving the other Sei Ito and Pandora in place, watching what might happen next. "Danados, according to the notice, I'm here to seal you. Hurry up and come out to die." Sei Ito, who flew over Hades' castle, took a deep breath and shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder from the ninth heaven, instantly exploding in the entire sky and penetrating the walls. They swarmed into Hades' castle. Hurry up and come out to die. In Hades' castle, in a house full of flowers and vines, two young men who looked very similar, except that their hair was black and blonde respectively, and the expressions on their faces were different, sat opposite each other. They held chess pieces and played chess on the chessboard in front of them. He really came. The black-haired young man heard the words that were transmitted into the palace. He said with an evil smile on his face, "He's just a mortal. Let the people below deal with him." The blond young man moved a chess piece and said expressionlessly, "No, I want to do it myself. After all, it's a rare entertainment that comes to me." The black-haired young man moved a chess piece and said with a dangerous expression, "Danadas, hurry up and come out to die." Ito's voice once again surged into Hades' castle's palace. "Looks like the little ant can't wait any longer." The black-haired young man said, "Then let's pause this game for a while. We'll continue after I deal with that ignorant mortal, Hypnos." The young man called Hypnos didn't say anything. He just leaned his body against the tall back behind him. The black-haired young man, Danados, seemed to have received some sort of answer. He smiled lightly and disappeared from the seat in a flash. In the next moment, in the sky outside Hades' castle, Danados appeared in front of Ito, dressed in gorgeous black armor. "You're finally out. I thought you were going to spend the winter cooped up in the castle, Danados." Ito smirked and said with a light smile, "You know that you're in front of a god, yet you still dare to be so presumptuous." Danados's face darkened, and his voice was emotionless. "As expected. Compared to Hades, you're much weaker." Ito shook his head and sighed with regret. "You dare to call Lord Hades by his name? Mortal, it looks like you can't wait to be killed by me," Danados said coldly. "Kill me? That's why I said you're much weaker than Hades. You really have poor taste." Ito sneered mockingly. "Is that so? Then, let me see if your strength is as good as your mouth." Danados chuckled with a sinister expression. In an instant, the surrounding space changed. A strange, trumpet-shaped passageway formed from twisting, and crisscrossing thin lines replaced the original blue sky and appeared around Danados. The black hole at the center of the passageway twisted, producing a boundless suction force that sucked everything in. "This space is the tunnel of the gods, but mortals will be crushed into pieces as soon as they step in here. A person like you isn't worthy of me personally giving you death." Danados' tone was full of contempt as he stated. At this moment, the suction force in the tunnel suddenly increased. It forcefully pulled Ito's body and forced him to slide into the tunnel. "Come. Turn into dust and disappear at the end of time and space," Danados said loudly. In an instant, Ito's body floated and flew toward Danados, who was in the tunnel. "How is this possible?" Danados said in shock when he saw Ito's body turn into dust after flying into the tunnel but remaining unscathed. "How can a human stay in this space unscathed? That's why I said your eyesight is much weaker than Hades." Ito suddenly flew in front of Danados and said loudly. Then, he turned around and kicked Danados in the face. Bam! With a dull thud, Danados' body and underworld helmet flipped and flew out. Ito, who had replaced Danados, used his powerful primordial spirit to sense the space and forcefully closed the tunnel of the gods. "You're not a human." Danados raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was full of shock and anger. "You're wrong. I'm a human," Ito said calmly. As soon as Ito finished speaking, Danados immediately retorted, "It's impossible for a human to have such powerful strength." "That's not something you need to know," Ito said disdainfully. Then, with a flip of his palm, the divine sword, Celestial Clouds, appeared in his hand. He looked at Danados calmly and said, Now, let me seal you, Danados. After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Danados. He swung the sword at Danados' head. Danados quickly retreated and dodged the blade. At the same time, he activated the god-level universe in his body and used his ultimate move, Abyss Sphere. In the blink of an eye, a large number of spirits flew out from Danados' body and entangled Itosii. Seeing this, Seito sneered. His free left hand immediately formed a hand seal and he shouted, "Ja!" An invisible ripple spread out with Seito as the center. All the spirits that came into contact with the ripple melted rapidly like snow in a fire and were annihilated into nothingness. What? Danados was shocked. You're still not good enough to play tricks in front of a Daoist successor, Seito said coldly. Then, he moved again and charged at Danados. Danados came back to his senses. He activated his little universe and channeled power to his hands. He blasted at Seito with the purest energy. This was his second ultimate move other than Abyss Sphere, Terrifying Destiny. Seito, who was facing the Terrifying Destiny energy, swung his sword. The Terrifying Destiny energy seemed to be devoured by something and immediately disappeared into the Divine Sword, Celestial Clouds. Then, Seito swung his sword again. A powerful dark purple energy immediately flew out of the celestial clouds and bombarded Danados' body. It was the Terrifying Destiny that had been devoured earlier. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Danados' body turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance at high speed. After completing his attack, Seito moved and quickly chased after him. Chapter 2028. Damn it! Danados cursed with a sinister expression as he flew backwards. His underworld robes had been torn apart. Since you say you're a human, then mortal die for this god. In an instant, an invisible force spread out in front of Danados' palm and landed on the body of Itose, who was chasing after Danados. This was the power unique to Danados as the god of death, bestowing death upon mortals. In Itose's perception, a powerful rule force that could not be disturbed emerged from the void and suddenly acted on his body. Seito's expression immediately changed. He silently activated the authority of the Lord of Underworld, and in order to strengthen the power of the authority, he immediately chanted an oracle in his heart. I am the Lord of Underworld, the overseer of death. No death can affect me. The tyrannical power surged and instantly spread throughout Seito's body, colliding with the gloomy power that had suddenly descended upon him. Then, it silently disappeared from Seito's body along with the power of death. This aura. Danados revealed an expression of disbelief when he sensed the aura suddenly emanating from Seito's body. Seito, who had used the authority of the Lord of Underworld to cancel out the power of death, dashed forward and appeared beside the shocked Danados. He raised his sword and slashed at Danados. Danados, who had already missed the opportunity to dodge, could only raise his arm to meet the attack. It collided with the blade of celestial clouds. Pooh! Blood immediately splattered everywhere, and an arm fell to the ground in a reverse direction. Danados, who had never suffered such pain, instinctively let out a miserable cry. Seito was unforgiving. He activated Blink and instantly appeared behind Danados. He swung his arm. In an instant, there was a muffled "pu" sound. Danados' head shot into the sky like a fountain and tumbled to the ground. The next moment, the surrounding sky darkened, and a giant-like figure of Danados appeared in the sky. It was Danados' divine soul. Damn it! Danados cursed with a ferocious expression. Since you destroyed my temporary host body, I'll use your body as a replacement. After saying that, Danados' figure dashed forward and disappeared into Seito's body. A pitch-black solid pentagram appeared on Seito's forehead. Danados, you're the one who's looking for death. Can't you just let bystanders do the same? Itose sneered. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated on activating his primordial spirit. He appeared in his sea of consciousness in the form of a spirit body. Danados, you really didn't want to take the path to heaven. There's no door to hell, but you just had to come. You actually want to possess my body. You really don't know what's good for you. Ito sneered as he looked at Danados in his sea of consciousness. You? Why are you here? Danados looked at Itose in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock. This is my sea of consciousness, my kingdom. Why can't I appear here? Ito sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the empty sea of consciousness immediately changed. A majestic jade hall replaced the original environment and appeared abruptly. Ito's majestic figure sat on top of the jade throne. Danados, who was originally as tall as a giant, stood in front of the steps under the jade throne like a subject of his majesty. He looked up at Ito, who had enlarged. Danados, accept my judgment. Ito's voice was as loud as thunder. It was as majestic as the heavens as it slammed into Danados's divine soul. Danados's face turned pale, and his body involuntarily took a step back. Who the hell are you? Danados asked in disbelief. I'm the Lord of the world, Ito said indifferently. Then, he reached out with one hand. He broke through space and grabbed the incomparably tiny Danados. With a thought, he used his mind to create golden stripes formed by Taoist spiritual texts in the void. They wrapped around Danados's body that was covered in black gas like ribbons and temporarily suppressed him. Then, Ito slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, in the outside world, Ito, whose pitch-black pentagram on his forehead suddenly exploded, slowly opened his eyes. Then, he flipped his left hand and took out the small sacred cabinet that Athena had created. He opened it and moved his right hand. Little Danados, who was wrapped in ribbons of golden spiritual texts, appeared in his palm. He threw him into the sacred cabinet that was emitting golden holy light. Then, Ito closed the lid of the sacred cabinet again. He used his mind to take out something that was infused with the power of Athena's mini-universe. He used the blood of the previous Athena to write Athena's amulet and sealed it on the sacred cabinet. Phew! Ito only exhaled softly after doing all this. He flipped his hand and put away the sacred cabinet that sealed Danados. Actually, to be honest, even if Ito didn't use the sacred cabinet, it wasn't impossible for him to seal Danados. However, it wasn't as safe as using Athena's sacred cabinet to seal Danados. After all, Ito had experimented with the characteristics of the mini-universe's power in the Holy Realm on the Heavenly Sin Star, Beast Star, and other underworld gladiators that he had captured previously. He didn't kill any of them, but he still couldn't fully understand all the characteristics of this power. Therefore, in order not to distract himself, Ito finally decided to use the sacred cabinet to seal Danados. Then, Ito adjusted his mood a little and used his mind to activate instant transmission again. He disappeared from where he was and returned to the outside of Hades' castle. Hypnos, it's your turn. Ito's voice was like thunder, penetrating the outer wall of Hades' castle and reaching Hypnos' ears. Hearing Ito's words, Hypnos stopped drinking his tea and turned his head slightly to look outside. Lord Hypnos, you don't have to do it yourself. Let us, the four dream gods, teach that arrogant guy a lesson for you. Before Hypnos could speak, 3 men and 1 woman suddenly appeared beside him, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Then I'll leave it to you," Hypnos said softly. "Yes," the 4 responded in unison and quickly disappeared from the room. Phew! Hypnos raised his hand gently and closed his eyes to sip the black tea in his cup. Donados, stay in that sacred cabinet for a few hundred years and calm your mind. Anyway, for us gods, it's not a very long time, Hypnos whispered to himself. Outside, Seito, who was about to shout, had a slight change in expression. He glanced to his side. Beside Seito, a pretty and cute woman in gorgeous underworld clothes was kneeling in the void. She raised her hands and gently grabbed Seito's hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, two handsome men in gorgeous underworld clothes and a man in a strange armor appeared behind and in front of him, faintly surrounding him. "What a beautiful sword," the woman beside him said with a smile. "You don't feel it, do you? Okoi Icerus. Stop fooling around, Phantom Taros," one of the two behind him said. "That's right. Don't forget our purpose," the other person said. "Oneiros, Icarus, Phantom Taros. It seems that you are the followers of the god of sleep, Hypnos, the four gods of sleep and dream," Seito said softly. "That's right," Phantom Taros, who had a cute woman's face, said with a chuckle. "Hee, you want to challenge Lord Hypnos? You're overestimating yourself. You'd better get past us, the four gods of dream, first," the man with the unflattering appearance sniffed and said with a chuckle. "In other words, I can only challenge Hypnos if I defeat you?" Seito raised his eyebrows. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," one of the two behind Seito said. That's not necessarily true." As soon as he said that, Seito suddenly turned around and slashed out a huge crescent-shaped blade energy at the two people behind him. The two of them disappeared under the saber chi. However, in the next moment, the saber chi suddenly flew out from his side and slashed at his arm. Seito's figure flashed and dodged his own blade energy by a hair's breadth. "Spatial distortion, huh?" Seito said faintly as he reappeared. "You're quite knowledgeable," the man with the strange expression said with a chuckle. After getting a confirmation, Seito chuckled and slowly closed his eyes. "Closed your eyes? Are you ready to accept your fate?" The strange man frowned. "So boring," Phantom Taros, who had a feminine face, said with a pout. However, as soon as the two of them finished speaking, an even sharper blade energy slashed at Phantom Taro's body. Phantom Taros's figure disappeared from where he was, and then the blade energy rushed out from under Seito's feet. With his eyes closed, Itosei's figure flashed, brushing past his own blade chi, and suddenly appeared behind Gentaro's, stabbing his blade chi into Gentaro's back. Pfft! Blood immediately gushed out from Phantom Taro's chest. "How is this possible?" Phantom Taros turned his head and said with a face full of disbelief. Seito didn't answer. With a flip of his wrist, he turned the blade toward the sky and raised his hand to perform a slash. Under the dazzling blade energy that soared into the sky, Phantom Taro's body was immediately split in half. Then, Seito's figure flashed again and appeared behind the strange man who acted like an animal and slashed at him. The strange man's expression changed and he disappeared into the space. Chapter 2029. Found it! Seito, who had noticed the change in the convergence of the spatial point through his special spatial perception, moved quickly and appeared in front of the point of convergence. He swung his sword horizontally. Pfft! A smear of blood immediately splattered from the body of the strange man, who had just escaped from the spatial point of convergence. "How is this possible?" The strange man moved to the side in a sorry state. He looked at Seito in disbelief. "It seems like you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve," Seito, whose eyes were still closed, said softly with a smile. "You'll find out soon enough if I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve." The strange man's expression changed slightly when he heard Xian's words. "Icarus, don't get entangled with him. Let's put him in the dream realm first." One of the other two men beside him said loudly. "Humph!" Icarus snorted coldly and jumped to the side. He formed a triangular formation with the other two men, surrounding Sei-Ito in the middle. Then, the three of them stirred up their own little universes together. In an instant, the entire present space became distorted and blurred. Then, a huge birdcage-like space with many stone doors in the style of a triumphal arch replaced the real space, enveloping Sei-Ito and the remaining three dream gods. Welcome to the slumbering place of the gods, the dream realm, the one who dares to challenge Lord Hypnos. Among the remaining three dream gods, the most handsome man, who also seemed to be the youngest, said in a condescending tone, "As long as you enter this place without our permission, you will never be able to leave. Prepare to sleep here for eternity. This place is great. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit me." Sei-Ito tilted his head slightly and chuckled. Then, he raised his hand and slashed out a huge, dazzling sword gleam. Icarus, who had the ability to control space, twisted the space in front of the sword gleam, causing the sword gleam to shoot out from behind Sei-Ito and slash at Sei-Ito himself. Sei-Ito, who had been prepared for this, dodged in a flash. He dodged his saber light. Iceros, whose body was wrapped in the illusion of a wolf beast formed by the energy of the universe, immediately leaped out of the void in front of Sei-Ito and swiped its sharp claws at Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito remained motionless and raised his katana to meet the attack. Iceros instantly appeared behind Sei-Ito and clawed at him again. Pooh! With a dull thud, blood sprayed out from Icarus' body. "You!" Iceros turned his head halfway and looked at Sei-Ito, who had suddenly appeared behind him, in astonishment. "Also, I can't use my spatial ability after entering this place?" "You're really naive," Sei-Ito said with a sneer. Iceros was enraged and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, a mass of messy vines suddenly appeared around Sei-Ito and wrapped around his feet, blooming into bright white and red flowers. Sei-Ito, who had no desire to appreciate the scene, waved his arm and chopped off the flowers and vines at his feet. With a stomp of his feet, he suddenly appeared in the void. He thrust his katana forward. Pooh! Immediately, a dull thud of flesh being pierced rang out from the void. Sei-Ito swung his arm, and a large amount of bright red blood gushed out from the tip of his katana. "When it comes to spatial ability, you really seem to be lacking a little." Sei-Ito opened his eyes and looked at the corpse of Iceros, which had been split in half, emerging from the void, and said indifferently, "Now, it's time for the two of you." Sei-Ito ignored Iceros, who had fallen into the abyss below, and turned around to look at the remaining two dream gods floating in midair. "Haven't you noticed the abnormality on your body?" The man, who was slightly more muscular than the other, said indifferently. Sei-Ito frowned. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. He didn't know when, but the remaining vines on his body had once again grown and spread out, and unknowingly crawled all over his legs, blooming into incomparably beautiful flowers. These are the flowers of the millet poppies that bloom in the dream realm. These blooming flowers will strip away the emotions of their opponents who are of the same color as them. Soon, you will become a lifeless shell. When that time comes, you will sleep here forever. Of course, when that time comes, you will no longer feel any joy or happiness. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face as he explained. "So that's how it is. Then I'll just destroy it," Sei-Ito said indifferently. Then, the surrounding air heated up, and a reddish-gold flame blossomed from his body, instantly burning the millet flowers and vines to ashes. "All right, it's time to send you on your way." Sei-Ito, whose body was covered in reddish-gold flames, raised his arms. He pointed the tip of his sword at the two in mid-air and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Sei-Ito's body moved, and he appeared in front of the remaining two dream gods like a shooting star. He waved his sword, which was also covered in reddish-gold flames, celestial clouds. A wide flaming moon swept towards the two dream gods. Whoosh, the young dream god's expression didn't change. He raised one hand to the sky, and a black shadow appeared in front of the two dream gods, blocking Seito's reddish-gold flaming moon. This was one of the stone doors that could be seen everywhere in the void. The reddish-gold flames slammed into the door, and were immediately dispersed by a ripple. Immediately afterwards, however, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as large numbers of cracks appeared on the stone door. Then, with a loud boom, the door collapsed, and a jade-blue spiritual light floated out from within. From the energy fluctuations emanating from the light, it was clear that this was a human soul. "You actually shattered the dream door?" The young dream god's expression changed slightly as he spoke. "Are those stone doors called dream doors?" Seito said in surprise as he glanced at the floating stone doors around him. "Oniellos fuse with them," the muscular dream god said in a low voice. "All right." Oniellos fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. Then, he suddenly ignited a miniature universe within his body as he yelled into the void, "Gather, brothers!" In an instant, two dream portals appeared beside Onlos. Just like the dream god, they burned with purple light and connected to Onlos through the purple light of the dream god. An instant later, the golden barrier between the dream doors began to ripple. Illusory Taros and Icarus, who had been slain by Seito earlier, flew out of the dream doors and arrived next to Oniellos along with the muscular dream god. Then, a sudden burst of purple light fused into Oniellos' body. Then, Oniellos' aura began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the level of death god Danados. At the same time, his body began to undergo a strange transformation. First, a pair of arms appeared on his back, giving him 4 arms. Then, his lower body began to transform into something resembling a large beast. Finally, his body began to expand several times in size, becoming incredibly large. "Huh! Fusion?" Seito couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw Oniellos grow larger and mutate. "But if it's just growing larger, it's still useless against me," Seito chuckled. "Ignorant! Let me show you the true power of the 4 dream gods." Oniellos laughed coldly. He then raised his right hand and gathered a ball of purple light at the tip of his finger, exuding a powerful aura. "It does feel quite dangerous, but I didn't say that I would just stand there and wait for you to unleash your ultimate attack," Seito chuckled. Then, his figure flickered as he appeared behind Oniellos. He raised his saber and slashed down, sending out a massive blade of light that slashed towards Oniellos' body. Oniellos didn't try to dodge. Instead, he just stood there and took Seito's attack head-on. Squelch! Amidst a clear, muffled sound, Oniellos' body immediately split apart from his right shoulder, revealing a patch of purple radiance from the wound. "It's useless. No matter how much you try to injure this body, it's a waste of energy. There are 4 souls residing in this body, each protecting the body while being united. In other words, one god is divided into 4 gods, and the 4 gods are united into one. Unless you can kill us all in one go, we're immortal," Oniellos said proudly. Then, Oniellos turned around and pointed his finger at Seito, which contained the ultimate attack, Guardian's Oracle. In an instant, light blossomed, and a powerful energy rapidly expanded, crushing towards Seito. Seito, whose face had turned pale in the light, swung his saber. A profound wave spread out from his body, instantly descending upon Oniellos' Guardian's Oracle. Instantly, the light stopped in front of Seito, maintaining its expanded state. "What?" Oniellos' pupils constricted as he cried out in disbelief. "You said before that unless I kill you all in one go, you're immortal?" Seito, who was standing behind the motionless ball of light, said indifferently. "Then what happens if I cut your combined bodies into pieces?" As his voice fell, dozens of Ito-sei holding black swords appeared around Onilos. At the same time, they waved their arms and slashed the black swords in their hands at the huge body formed by the combination of the four gods of dreams. PFFF 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 PFFF. A moment later, as Sei Ito disappeared, Onilo's body also split apart, turning into nearly 1,000 fragments of similar sizes that scattered in all directions. Ah! The four dream gods screamed in unison as they shot out of their combined bodies in 4 streaks of light. Just as they were about to fly into the sky and flee, a golden barrier covered in golden inscriptions fell down, capturing the souls of the 4 dream gods. It quickly gathered them together into a sphere with golden inscriptions on its surface, which fell into Sei Ito's palm. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.